Shit. Hello, everybody. What is this song? The last song? It was a song. I don't know. I found it on TikTok. Oh, my mic is like. Hold on. My mic is all super funny today, so I'm sorry. Hello. I don't know what that song is about. I just found it on Spotify and I liked the way it sounded. Let's see. I fucked up my microphone. I fucked it up like the other day. So I'm trying to fix it. Wait. Am I about to blow my ear out? Hold on. I'm curious if this is gonna blow my ear. I've never used it. Oh, that helps me a lot. Oh. Okay. You know what? Ooh. Gotta go work, but I might be able to watch a little during downtime. Bye. Good luck. Good luck. Have a good day at work. Happy. Thank you for stopping by before you had to go to work. Have a good one. Alright, time to... That makes a lot more sense as to why that's that way now. -30. Okay, but now we'll change this to like, hi Vex, are you okay? Are you doing okay? I saw what you put in the Discord. I hope you're doing alright. Yeah, so now that's a little loud. So I want to be like -12. Thank you for the song request. Okay. Hello, Stripes! Yeah, I'm good. They didn't mean to, but it doesn't feel any less close. Just mean I didn't wash my hair tonight. Understandable. I hope it's relaxing to wash your hair at least. Alright, now I gotta fix the rest of my mic stuff. Low impedance? What's impedance mean? Impedance. But I did wake up early. Ooh, did you go to breakfast? What does this mean? Low impedance mode. Low impedance mode for headphones? Impedance? Low impedance typically for headphones lets optimized audio is amplified to deliver higher current at lower voltage, preventing hiss, distortion, excessive battery drain on portable devices. It is ideal for in-ear monitors. Okay, so I will turn that on then. I got some sausage, but the dining hall staff shoves all the breakfast food up their ass at 10:30, so I only got one plate. Oh, I'm sorry. A lot of hungry students, it seems. But I hope that, you know, it was still good. Okay, so... I just gotta take a new screenshot of this so that way I can remember. Oh, wait, there's a save settings to hardware. I don't know what that does, but I'll take it. Please no more. Oh, that's the thing that's not on. Wait, I saw it. I saw the thing that's like broken. It's this thing. And it's underneath here. And now I can turn this back down. And now I should sound normal again. I love Bad Bunny's voice. Bad Bunny has a really good voice. Alright, just gonna make sure that the effects are all good. It's on, and it's on there. And only these two are on. Okay. Okie dokie. Should sound pretty good now. If I'm a little too loud or anything, please let me know. 85 days straight, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Alrighty, that's all good. Now, the next thing I want to figure out is this thing, which is like apparently like a streamer mode for this. I think it's so you don't have to look at all this, which I like. The streamer view controls local things to viewer. Connection to VBand 1. You're a little louder than usual, but it's not bad. Okay. Yeah, I think. Ooh. Hold on, I'm just gonna bring myself down. Yeah. I brought myself down like, like maybe like 2 decibels. Hold on. I'm like really fine tuning my audio at this one. What about 3? Do I like 3? 3's a little much. I think 2 is good. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think. Maybe like 2.5. Really dialing this shit in. But hey, this is our main gig, so might as well. Am I right? There we go. All right, I think. Yeah. That's good. Now, if I'm talking directly into the mic, I'm at like 5 to 10 decibels. And then if I'm yelling, it'll go into the right. Yeah. Okay, we're good. We're good. That's fucking locked in now. I will probably never change that ever again. StreamView is a custom GUI application to provide a special controller app for typical streamer use cases. Control all your inputs outside in one small resizable, simply labeled channel strips. Okay, yeah. So that makes sense. I want to do this though. How come I cannot do this? I don't understand how come this one only has one. Voice meter GUI example? This is the wrong one. No. Streamer view. Are you done with all your classes today? Vexed. Let's see. They don't have the streamer view controls local thanks to Vimeo controls a distant T packet. Hello, Moon. Welcome on in. Yep, on Tuesdays it's just the one. Cool. I don't know if this is weird, but I try my best to remember everybody's schedules. Okay, so I have to close this so you guys can't see my V2 address 2 1. I probably shouldn't say my local IP address out loud though. Ooh. Port? I don't know what the port number is. Oh no, there it is. Oh, okay. God, I love not working. Fair. I do love my weekends. This will be address 2. Address 2, then it's my mic. But it says it's not working. Copy. Paste. Oh, maybe I need the port from the other computer. I'm so honey fuck old life, man. Same. Elena's confused. To use this on the same PC. No, it's not the same PC. I can teach you some. Okay, how do I set this up? Simply label any input strip and output bus you want to see in the streamer app. All channels and buses have dedicated names: mic, Discord, Skype. Oh, I have to name the buses? Oh, I think I understand. I think I understand. So then, yeah, this is mic in. Okay, so I labeled that one. But then why does it say output routing? Every input strip signal can be routed to all of your selected output buses. To gain every bus, okay. So in the thing, maybe... God, there's not enough documentation on this shit, man. What the fuck off. I just want to move this. Okay, so... Do I have to click all of them? No. The V-ban is on. I'm confused. Check out our latest user guides, even though there's no guide on this one. There's no guide on the streamer view. Thank you for the daily vibe check. Oh, I need to take my meds. Let me take my meds really quick before I do this. Today. Woo! I got a haul! I got a haul! I haven't watched too much of me, Canyon. Connection feedback. Okay. Open stream review from the Windows taskbar app menu. This app is installed besides the main voice center. Whoa! Whoa! What's that? That's cute. I like that dance. Simply label any input strip and output bus you want to see in the streamer app. To give the stripper bus, simply right click the lower fader area on voice meter. Right click the lower? Yeah, so it's already labeled. Yeah, okay. Right click, press enter. The output buses are displayed in the lower area of the streamer view. When you open it for the first time, only A1 is available. After adding all the input strips, you can control the following streamer view, routing every strip to several outputs by simply activating the button of outputs at the bottom of every input fader. Yeah, so wait, no, my brain presumed correctly, didn't it? After adding all input strips and output buses, you can control the following parameter in the streamer view. Routing every strip to one or several outputs by simply activating the button for the outputs at the bottom of every input fader. Every input signal can be routed here. Selected output buses to gain every bus. Faders are linked but stay at the relative value when you grab one. All faders can be moved without affecting other phasers. That doesn't make sense. That didn't really make sense, to be honest. Hi, Chaotic Goober. Hey, Ezra. Are you done with school? Are you done with your courses for today? Sing a song for me. I loved you like the sun. Monitor bus A1. Elaine is confused. I have a little in 2 hours on my only day at class of the day, but I'm doing good. I'm glad you're doing well. I hope that your class goes by smoothly. Phoenix one is in here earlier, sad that you had class. So hopefully the time will fly by fast. My brain is confused. Stream review is a custom. Yeah. So I think I want this to be the ABS link. But I'm confused because streamer. Oops. Boop. Pin to start. Okay. That's good and all. Okay, now I have that, but why is this not working? Because it should work. Always, no. So is this resizable? Cool, it's pretty resizable. How come I can only see the one though? When you open it for the first time, no channel info hit the output buses. Only A1 is available. After adding all input strips and output buses, you can control the following parameters. Oh. Wait. Oh. Wait. It's like making sense, but it's not. There's something in my brain synapses that's not connecting the dots, and it's a little confusing. Okay, this all makes sense. So why is A1 the only one showing up, though? Okay, well, now I have a new question. If I go over here, and I'm just gonna play a random YouTube lo-fi thing so I can test this. Oh man. Oh, this is hard to go back and forth. Okay. Yeah, so that doesn't control that the way I thought it did. And two. Oh, it's this guy. Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh. Oh, hi, Fox. Welcome on in. Cinder is not responding on PBN. There we go. There we go. I fucking fixed it. Audio engineering type shit. On God, on God. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. That makes so much more sense. Oh my goodness gracious. And now 0, 0. If I reset this to 0. Menu. Save settings. Save. So now I can just look at this instead now, I believe. We'll have this always visible. And I'd like this to start up when... And I'm getting overstimulated because I have a Minecraft video on in the background. Just so that way I could fix my shit. Okay. Who's older? OBS. Check VTube Studio. I see her. Okay, that doesn't exist. Okay. This one's good, this one's good, this one's good, this one's good. Okay, then we'll just copy, paste. And then we're gonna go look for open file location. This. Where is the streamer view? This one. There you go. What idiot decided that the halal station needs to be closer before iftar? Brother, probably a very hungry person, I presume. Okay. I put. I'm gonna switch these two, and then I gotta create. Nope, not create. Oh, I'm so happy that I figured this out. Oh my god, EP. That's actually really nice. Because then I could do that on the other computer as well. Hungry people will be everyone who is fasting for Ramadan. On God. But maybe they're fasting and they're just like, what if I just move this from here to here, you know? Maybe they're also hungry. Maybe they're living vicariously through the smells. My eye. Been getting a lot of Ramadan TikToks actually lately. Let's take like a screenshot.
Yep, guess time.
Hello, Compact. Hello, Shadow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now. Boop. Oh, thank you for the boop. Okay. And hopefully you're lurking. Wink. I need the... Where is it? Oh, look at that. 35 days straight. God damn, right? Shit, Pookie, what you doing in here? What you doing in here? 6 long and lurk? No problem. Enjoy. What? Chill. What? What? Chill what? Chill what? Chihuahua. I need to quote post this really quick. But I need to copy this and put this in here. Actually, I should do like a wave. Huh? Just take a little screenshot. Maybe not out the fact that I'm on Twitter, but a little screenshot. Boop. Yeah, that works for me. It's a temple. Hi, Andrea! How are you? I am good. My brain is slowly turning on for the day. Gotta figure out a little. Be back. Screams. I figured out a little streamer mode thing for voice meter, so now I don't have to dox myself. I want a cute emoji. Scott VC with friends. How was it? Did you have a good time? I want like a crying happy. I want to listen to this song. I want to listen to Colmar McGinnis's stuff. Which I need to fucking please go away. Is it because I'm following him? Is that why? I don't know. Did he fix his albums? No. Fuck. It was so much fun. I'm so glad. Did you guys end up doing the Predator rank stuff? Not having knockback or at least as much as Hollow Knight and Silksong is pissing me off. That's fair. I could see why character design wise they wouldn't, but I hope that you maybe can upgrade that later. Blood for the Blood God. Add the queue, and then I think it's more. I think that's the other one. What is the other one? Pride Push no, because the game servers were hating us. No! I'm sorry, but I love it. I'm glad you like it. I mean, it would kind of suck if you didn't, you know. So keep that there. Okay. I would ask, what are we looking at? I would ask right as ads start back in a few minutes. My timing sucks. No, it's okay. I think they're over now, yeah? Welcome on in. I was getting a little emoji, because I wanted to reply to a Twitter comment. Stop creating. Existence? I don't know how to spell existence. So one of them decided to stream snipe this big streamer that was using cheats. Damn! And I was just watching their POV. How'd that go? Bro, that actually sounds really fun. I fucking love that. Okay. And then I'm just gonna go to my TikTok really quick and make sure. I don't know if that video's come out yet. It has. One or two. I have a comment from a lovelier person. Oh, I can't spell. Send, like. Why is there like a... I think that's just TikTok. That'll be fine. Fuck off, please. Okay. Yippee! Wahoo! More pretty people. More pretty VTubers. Okay, there we go. But I hope for escape. There's a loud thing outside, so I'm turning the music up. Oh, fuck, I love this song. Okay, no, Spotify can't? What do you mean? I wanna... I wanna listen to it on loop. You know what? No, I don't know. I'm just a lover of the chaos, guys. I was gonna be like, you know what? I'm a corn follower because of this song, but I love I love the Chaos Gods in general. I don't think I could pick just one. I'm a heretic through and through. My friend's name was Stop Using Cheats, and the streamer looks so pissed off, but at the same time they can't say anything about it. On God, because like, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Be like, ew, someone's in my game, blah blah blah. Let's like, well, if you don't want this to happen, don't fucking cheat then, men. I love that kind of justice. But I offer escape. You've been wrong. Faith alone. Yes. Yeah. Okay, close. I always click the wrong one. For comfort, but I offer escape. Okay, that's all set up. I did all that stuff. I need to... Downloading stuff is problem, but if I upload something, it'd be fine. So I should be able to upload today's VOD. Except I don't know if I have it downloaded. Fuck! God damn it. Nope, this is Walk Amongst the Wilds. Fuck! I think that's 56, right? I could do it on the other computer. It's not that big of a deal, actually. Well, what is a big deal? Yes, this is 56. Okay. Oh, but they're ready to... Oh, no, it's fine. I can just download them on the other computer. What I do need to do is I need to highlight yesterday's stream. Because if they said something, their entire chat will know that the streamer was using cheats. On God, like, cheating is just not a... Like, I don't ever understand why people are like, oh, I should use... Like, it's a good idea at all to use cheats, period. Because, like, if you get exposed, you'll look 10 times worse. Okay, back. What are we browsing with all the audio bus talk before my absence a few minutes ago? Oh, I was just talking about how, like, Voice Meter has a streamer mode variant. So, you know, this is how Voice Meter looks normally. But there was a streamer mode, so you're not overwhelmed by all this extra stuff, and also so you don't show off your IP address. So I set that up. Voice Meter is like a digital mixer for audio. Kind of like if you've ever used Wavelink. But I use it to send audio in between my two computers because we have the stream PC and then we have this PC. Or I guess the gaming PC in this one. Yeah, digital mixer. I just saw something and it boggled my mind. Oh. Someone in the Discord has a tag that's like Wait, maybe it's just the... Maybe... Hold on. Now I'm confused. I'm confused. How did they get the rabbit? Is it in the... This was like a rabbit icon and then .exe. And I'm wondering if that's because of this pack? Yeah, this one? Yeah, it's because of that one. Okay. I was like, where's that rabbit come from? They have new ones. They have Creepy Crawly badge pack, and then they have a plant pack. I really like the plant pack. If I could, we'd get the plant pack. I'm too poor for Discord's boost. I used all I have. I used all I have into our Discord. Alrighty, this one. See you when you can. When you think I'm enraged. An offer comfort, but I offer escape from me. I'll just hurt you, but you know that you've been wronged. You strong. On your faith alone. Lord God. This one, thumbnails, art. I would offer comfort, but I offer escape from it. Oops, wrong one. For the skull throne. Sorry, my brain was thinking for a second. Oh, we're good. Alrighty. Now we're gonna go to... I'm gonna DM... Yeah, no problem. My hands are cold. Escape from you. Let me just check my Oshi really quick. My invites. I have friend requests. I think yeah, I did it. I have invites now. I have been boobs. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Edit profile. I really gotta edit my profile. I look like a nobody. Let me do that really quick. Display name. display name. I want to be known as Elaine. My Oshi mark is a 4-pointed star, but I don't know if they'll have that. I think I just use this one because it's the only 4-pointed star that there is. Season. Little brain. Ooh, I wanted to change what image I was using for my social media. But that was gonna go back on my other computer. Just send it to myself and then crop it. Oh, liquid smooth. Touch me too. In my voice weak. I didn't want to fall. To me. Recommended 256 by 256. Background image. Oh, I didn't think about that. Good smooth. Touch me too. I feel life's in a bomb full of life. My pride, liquid smooth. Oh, touch me too. I fix my eyes vacant. Pixel. 56, 256, 72. Create. Life's in a bank full of life. My prime, liquid smooth. Touch me. I should get another piece from this person. I really like the art that I got. But there's no use crying. I'm not surprised you have left from my eyes. PFP icon. Sticks and stones can't break my bones. Okay, what about this image? Let you throw it on. Save changes. Yippee! Honestly, I really love the aesthetic of my Oshi already, to be honest. This is cool. Browse more VTubers. No, I just want to change. What's on my YouTube? I'm just gonna keep it as it is. Hello, Sonic Man. Do you prefer like eSonic or Sonic Man or Man or? I'm watching Community out of context. I forgot how much of Donald Glover is amazing. On God, on God. I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I was gonna browse. I'm just gonna don't mind me. Sonic Man. Okay. I just pushed. Okay, I got you, Sonic Man. You got it. Thank you for letting me know. I don't. It's active, I guess. I am not surprised you have left from my eyes. Verified only. How do you become verified? How do you get verified on this? How do you get verified? I want to know. I forgot that my key was on JP cover. I was like, why is my space? That's fair. No, what are processors? Show you where top friends, how do places work? How do I get verified on my Oshi? How to get verified on my Oshi? Okay, lurk. Have a good lurk. How do you get verified? What engine is Chrome? What Chromium? How do you get verified? How do you get verified? What engine are you using? My bad. For like my browser? Like what browser am I using? Cuz I'm currently using Brave. I use Brave. It's still Chromium based, but it sorry, brain functioning. Brain slowly functioning. But it's more about privacy. It has more privacy options. Cursor worth clicking for. Whoa. It's very dangerous. Okay. How do you get verified on here? Is Gabby verified? I don't think so. Boop. So DuckDuckGo, yeah, kind of, but not. Kind of, but not. You know, same, but diff. Damn. Oh, Zentrea's on here. 2 friends. She probably has so many friend requests. It's not. Oh, I see. There you go. I wish there was like you could see more people's. Waking up tomorrow. Wanna look through it. Make sure if my friends are on here that I friend them. Okay. I probably should post something on post bulletin. Be Tuesday, everyone. When it comes to how's everything? Good. It's a customize. You don't think any of you using? Is this FOB? Fall Out Boy? Yeah, this is Fall Out Boy. It's like okay. Can I make this? Is there a dark mode for this? Because my eyes are gonna go fucking. Came from the hardcore scene. What does that mean? What does the hardcore scene mean? Dark mode. Ooh, ocean blue. Kawaii pink. Dark mode. Font size large. Save changes. Okay. Thurman, bury me till I confess. Punk and emo? Ah, that makes sense. It kind of, like, it matches, like, their whole... I feel like their whole vibe. So it makes sense that they'd come, like, that would be their background, and this is the kind of music that they're making, so... I forgot what I'm doing. I could do enshrine stuff first, I guess. I didn't mean to open Steam. Steam, go away. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Find a way, rescued you tonight. I think this was edited. This is away. Find you tonight. Played for Earth Crisis. What did they do? It's like Uma Thurman, bury me till I confess. Yeah, we're doing the Hadal Crawler today. Oh, my brain. Okay, look America, I'll keep you like a ghost. Death do us part. It's gonna bug the shit out of me. Ooh. Oh, man. Oh, man. There you go. Hardcore punk and straight edge. Sounds cool. Fuck, I gotta listen to that song again. I'm fiending for that song. I don't know if I like this layout. Oh my, where is soul? Sort by last updated. Ooh, this one looks nice. Reload now. Confidence. Ooh, I like this because then it'll change with whatever we're playing. That's kind of sick. And now I've forgotten what I was fiending for, what song I was thinking of. What was the column song? Oh my weary soul. I like this design, it's really cool. Where is it? Hell and consequence. I think it's this one. I don't think it was that one though. I totally forgotten the song. Okay, that's fine. I want to look at more themes. What's this one? Oh, this one just makes it cyberpunk. Classifying. Hello, Mark. How was your day? This one's like the glass one, just not as, like, why is cow a cat? Cause cat was born a cat, but mixed souls to be cow. Probably. It's still in work. Lore, still work in progress. It's like a cat theme. Consequence. Stale. Oh. Then to make an obscure reference, but it sounds really bad out of context. Well, then put context in it, you goob. Shut the fuck up. Yes, it is this one. Can I repeat it, please? Why? Why can't I loop it? Voice meters for Windows only, though. It is, but that's because Linux has it built in. Like, with Linux, you can just do voice meter automatically. There we go. Hey, Norman! Thank you for the wellness check. Let me stretch. Let me stretch it, then I'll look at more themes. Because I don't know if I want this one. I didn't see source code for what? For voice meter or Linux? Because I know for the Linux one, I'd have to ask my roommate, because my roommate uses Linux. I kind of like this. Kind of like this one. So compile it for any other OS. That's fair. I mean, I'm sure there's alternatives. If you want an alternative, I can hit you up, but yeah, it what it is. I like this, but I don't like the accent color. Can I change this? I don't think I can. No one, no faith alone. Who's by the throne? Like, if it can run on, like, it usually has a source code out there too. That's all. Was just noting it. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, no, it's probably only for Windows, because Linux can do it natively. I found out because my roommate did it natively. So that's probably why people are like not making it for Linux. Linux is just better. Ooh, what's this one? Oh, that's like iTunes. No, not for comfort, but all for escape. Default logo Spotify with different color schemes. This one's kind of sick. Would you just one thing I want? Oh. I can usually I can usually also compile most things that are for Linux or Mac OS, but not always. That's fair. That's kind of big brain though. Oh, I forgot. Bruh, I'm a little dumb. Anyway, apparently I need to mod for someone, so lurking. How about good mod time? I would be here. I don't know which one I want. No, not for comfort, but all for escape. Spice-defy themes. We'll be peeking in now and again, no problem. But yeah, I've been doing this since 1995. Damn. So set it to according to album art. Click on the settings icon. What? Settings icon? Oh, wait. Starry Night install. Reload now. Because I wish this was still down here. And then how do I change the settings? Marketplace. Installed. Oh, you can change it to color. Play bar is responsible using cue card. A visualizer? Don't offer, but offer escape from the world that told you, but you feel that you've been wronged. What's wrong? What's going on? Ooh, I do not like that. Ooh. Wait, is that how I do it? Just click on it? Oh, nope, sorry. Confused. It says that I can just click it, but I don't see it. Let's see. How do you do that? Hope you are comfortable with settings. Start Ignite. Set it to a desktop. Head over to the marketplace. Click on the marketplace. Adapt to album work. Theme developer tools. Change colors based on album art. Try it. I just don't really like where it sits, which is the problem. Escape from you. I don't really know how to change it. I'll go for lucid settings. Brain is I lost my brain. Outdated. I like the one we had, maybe. I kind of like this one. Don't offer comfort, but offer escape from where to told you, but you know that you've been wrong. You strong. Themes and extras can also be obtained in the marketplace. Easier to utilize your CCS to other themes. Where is that? Goes for the slow throw. Oh, God. Oh. So if I added like add a cue. I played this one. Whoa. Okay, what if I just wanted to say this color then? Oh, my eyeballs. Interesting. Just to get more. What's this one? My eyeballs. I broke it. This one's not bad. I think I kind of like this. This one's blue. This one's not bad. Oh, what is this color? It's a hex color. Cool. Main button active. Main. Home and then change. If I restart it, will it fix it? It does. Interesting. So you do have to reload it every time then. Okay, that makes more sense. I like the blue. I just want it to be that gray again. So I like that gray. I forgot what color it was. Give me this number. 30336. 3336. 3336. Then I'd like it to be just a little bit more down. And then take this. Save. Exit. There we go. I like that. That's biggie. Like that. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. I like it. How do I do like? So weekly release for that one. I'll stupid. Yeah, I guess the difference is the daylist won't put the metal drum to those ones. Blah blah. Going broke again on points and just gotta lurk some more of them, bud. I believe. Do you still love me? This was so today. Mine's. Oh. Is there nothing like this? Okay, whatever. I'll just skip it. I'll just manually skip it, I guess. Bring my man. Can you change the? When I'm no longer above my aching soul. I'm trying. I can't help it. I'm busy. Shrug. It's okay. It happens. I don't know what to say, man. It's just the luck of the draw. I don't know what to say. It's just the luck of the draw. There. Don't hate the. I was gonna say don't hate the player, hate the game, but I'm the one that made the game, so. Shit, my bad. Fuck. Oh my god. I didn't realize I forgot to fix something in a video from last week. Fuck! Oh no. Where is it? Fuck. Feel older next week? Hey, your birthday? Happy birthday. Oh, fucking Christ, dude, I suck. Fuck. Fuck. I beg you, Cersei, hand me mercy. Next week it is. Well, happy early birthday. And besides, that just means there's more of life that you have cherished, in my opinion. Place. To the underworld instead. To the underworld instead. Hi, Devouring. How was your day? Can I edit this? Can I edit this video? Oh, why didn't I check it? I cannot. I can at least fix it on my YouTube. Day's been shit. Hope you. Oh no! If you want to talk about it, feel free to let me know. I'm sorry if you had a shit day. Sorry that you've been having a shit day though. You need me to beat someone up? If you wanted honesty, that's how you had to say. How do you do this? I don't know how this works. That's fair. If you ever need to talk more about it, you know, we got the safety blanket and you have my DMs, but I'm really sorry for your loss and know that I'm here for you and I'm sorry that you had to go through that. How do I? Of course, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Okay, I'm not okay. Fuck. The day is just an unfortunate day for everybody, it seems. Have people commented on this? It has 2 views. Delete, and then I'll just repost it. Forget about your dirty looks. Oh, wrong one. You not having a good day, Lynn? No, I'm having an alright day. I'm having an alright. I just feel bad that everyone else doesn't seem like you didn't get your 8 out of 8. You know, some people, you know, other people have bad days. I just feel bad. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I mean, this song doesn't help, but I'm okay. I just want you guys to be okay too. Gamma luck is not important right now. It's important to me. Okay, there you go. Okay. Fuck, I can't believe I fucked that up. Okay, whatever. We guys gotta take the punches. Ooh, I do want to check something on here. So my... What? What? What do you mean my mic isn't coming through onto this computer? Fuck. I thought I fixed it, but now it's telling me it's broken. Okay, so that's sending. Okay. escape, so I ask again, would you say my name? Wait, is it because of that? Shit. Become invisible. Oh, I don't know. I need my 2 mice. This guy and this guy. And then is it because this is not going to this one? And now it's gonna go? No. Is it this one? Yeah, it's B2. Let's change this to B1, and then I can change this to... Oh, I guess no, it's got to stay on B2. Okay, there you go. And then save settings. Save. Yes. And then close that. And now that looks good. Let's fucking go. And now this should be back down to 0. That should sound good. And then close that guy. And then I'm going to do a test recording really quick through OBS. So I just want to test what I sound like and see if I fix the audio problem. Because I don't know if I did. Because it seems quiet in here. But maybe it's because it doesn't have... I don't have the thing that I... We lost 1-0 against Velez. Gallardo, our coach, quit. Well, that's the fun thing about the future, is that you don't know what's gonna happen, you know? Like, that's the good thing about the future, is that maybe we'll get better coaches who won't quit on the team, you know? That's the important part. We will get better that way. But I'm sorry that happened. A lot of people are having a bad day, it seems. I don't know. I think it's even? No. Hi, Fruitbat! How are you today? Welcome on in. Oh, thank you for the wellness check. Okay, all right, now I think it's similar. I don't know why it's like sending it through and then it's like... So it would seem indeed. Okay. Hello, test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hello, I'm good. Gonna get ramen later. I hope you have some yummalicious ramen. All right, let's see how that sounds in DaVinci. I'm just gonna test it really quick. This one. Just like it better that way. Constantinople. Then go back. Just Constantinople. It's still like fucking quiet. Why is it still so quiet? Is it... Was a thing in here? Audio. BB1. This one. B1. E. Yes? Hold on. It's gonna bug the shit out of me because I'm not gonna know which one is in use and which one's not because they have words. Okay. Wait. You can run, but you can't hide. Gonna make you mine. Out of my head, out of my heart, out of my mind. I can't find. Yeah, B1 is correct. Okay. I don't. Is there filters on this? Nope. I just realized something. Is this why this is like this in my thing? No. Ah. Okay, that's fine. Settings. Let's do it. Let's try this then. But you can't run, but you can hide. I don't wanna make you mine. Out of my head, out of my heart, out of my mind. Run, but you can't hide. Right in front of me. I'm like 5 decibels lower on like, which is really weird. This is like, I think this 0. And then I'm talking into the OBS. The OBS on the left side says I'm at. So this is like. Let me look this up. I'm just curious. Voice meter making audio quieter when sent over VBAN. To fix this, ensure that all the devices are increase gain living. Okay, uniform sample rates. Ensure that the sending and receiving. Oh, okay. Check something here. Ooh, I don't know where it went because I closed it. Oops. So to my throat feels weird. That's that sample rate. I'm just gonna turn this off really quick so I don't DOS my bleh. That was then and this is now. Now look at me. This is a part of me. Should I do this one then? Is that better? I think so. No sticks and bones. I can't tell. This is the part of me. Nope. Adjust the fast and increase the gain. What? Voice meter behaves erratically. If the sampling rate and bit rates of the audio devices are not uniform, another possible fix is that the poorly documented is a bug with an Intel Ethernet driver. You may try checking to make sure that this is not like on mine, as if it does, it will cause VPN issues. May also be good to change. What? This is the part of me. Uh-oh, I don't have one of those. And I'm closing. Oh. I don't know if that helped. Ever gonna ever take away from me? Make sure your default is the way. Shut up all the way. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. Is that the problem? Fuck it. This is the problem, bro. Nope. Hmm. Is that the problem? Okay, close. It's still 10 decibels lower. And I feel like even if I brought this up 10. Well, now it's still too low. It's like, is that better? I don't know if I can do 20. I cannot do 20. I guess that's fine. Test 1, 2, 3. Checking the volume of the audio recording. Okay, let me try this now. Okay, what is this one sounding like? So this one is still, so if I were to 5, I think. Here, let's keep this at 0. Let's do this at 10 then. So like 15 then? Yeah, so if we goes to 10 max, let's just save. Okay, so I don't want to do a artificial gain on it, but I guess it'll be a note that when I record stuff to use the audio clip. Can I change? No, I can't. Oh, I forgot my earbuds. Oh no! I won't say anything crazy. I promise. I can't promise Tyler, the creator. Gotta watch on quiet. Aye. I should really get a closed caption. Closed caption. My gosh, tell us to unmute it. Okay. Someday I will use closed captioning. Not today. Probably maybe tomorrow. Alrighty. I will add that over there. Pin that for later. Sugar on my tongue. Okay. This one. This one. I'm gonna turn this guy back on. Alrighty. God damn it. Thank you for the work. Does that sound like a... I think this is a 15. 10. Cool. I'm gonna go to a previous one. And track. Plugins apply. Put this over here. So start here. Oh. Go here. Actually, let's get the one. Let me see. Let's do this one. Yeah, there we go. And then put this here. Let's see. I guess like actually like starting it. God damn it, there. And then bringing this up and in. And then bringing this right here. And then we can flip it. Right there. And then fuck. Does it start here? I feel like this is too short. Quieter. Okay. Okie dokie. So let's. And track. Can we rename this? Okay, let's just go back then. Let's go resources here. Oh, shoot. Do I not have? I think I put it in here. I sure. Oops. Oh, come on, baby, turn the lights off. Stat sheet. Clip operations replace. We're gonna go here. Go here. Oops. Boop. That's fine. And then we have that. And then these guys. I think I'd like to add this guy to the template. Track stereo. Start. Ooh. Baby, turn the lights off. And then we'll go back here. And then, what was I thinking of? This guy. And a subtitle track. That's one more thing I need to check in Audacity because I don't know why, but when I record stuff, this happens. So, boopy doo ba doo ba doo. Why is this a left ear only thing? Ooh. Bop 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 a deep. Is that why? Is it because it's missing? No, it's not missing in this one. Audacity only recording left channel. Device toolbar. Recording channels. Oh, does that fix? Ah, that fixes it. All right, fix that. Which fixes the problem that we had. And now that we fixed that, we can go in and do these. Honestly. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me like this. I don't like it when you lie to me like the entity of the week. Transcribe audio. Heart and your soul. And then we're gonna go back here to the script. And then we're going to do enshrined. And we're gonna do create phrases. Crustacean friends, come close, come near as I. Tell me this in the handle crawler. Make this an exclamation point. So he lives and breathes the saying. Hi, Mila. Did you stream today? If so, how was your stream? Slow and steady runs the waist, which, when paired with their stalking legs agility, stalking. So work hasn't started yet, but it seems like the crew I'm working with is pretty chill. That's good. That's good. Do they need moral support VTuber? I am to 2. Oh, okay. So you did like a morning stream. Nice. I hope that was fun. Does your company need a moral support VTuber? I call tag me in, coach. And slept and was building, so like why not stream it? Told everyone to have breakfast with me. Oh, that's nice. You all had good breakfast together. Not only we'll snipe you up as a quick treat. Wife makes the best more support VTuber. Wink. I'm gonna check my eye really quick because my eye, I can tell it's a little puffy, but it doesn't feel as bad as it normally does, which is really good. I think my eye's getting better. Yippee! Also, my face tracking is like a little weird. I don't know why. Nope. 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 Hold on. I think I know the issue, and I have to... Yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay, sorry. I just had to fix that. Okay. But not only are they a hunter with patience, it uses its strength to calculate the best way to strike. This typically involves the hadal and exposing sun down to the floors of the sun. Dark dwelling creatures. To stun dark dwelling creatures. There's no comma here. And if that didn't make this crustaceous life form dangerous enough, just like you would see on a butterfly, the hadal crawler has a proboscis that exudes enzymes to break down its prey. Here's the real question though. What do you think? Answers only. Okay. I think that's fine. It's about like 3 words per. Oop. There's loves. Delete empty tracks. Okay, that's fine. Track. Okay, how does this look? Sorry, this song startled me. Was this a... I don't think this was a request. I'm gonna play something else. I don't know. That was a lot. That works. Okay, so... let's start them up. Okay, so... also... I have to fix that. Okay, that's fine. 1, 2, 3. Oops. 1, 2, 3. Let's save. So this 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, kind of. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Who's first gonna be interested? 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's pray. And this is the call to action. Okie dokie. Okay. I think that's fine. So now it's between... I have a song request. Sound effects and GIFs and stuff. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm great. I'm vibing. I just, the first line is creepy crawlies, and I don't know why I thought that looking that up would be good for my mental health. Okay. Say friends. I want this to pop a huh. Okay. Wait, this is like right there. So like that. And crustacean. Let's do a cross. I just did a cross dissolve. What's the song? Okay, now okay, no, it's fine. The hate. A woman needs a whole lot more. Buster, if they made music, it's a good song. I can't blame them for that. So it makes sense. And girls, you want music? I'm calling myself out. Hey, we all calling ourselves out a little bit, and that ain't a bad thing. It's a little loud. 801, 801, what? Girl, multiply by 4. Whole woman needs a whole lot more. A long time to simply lady. Oops, pockets is no problem. Good. Girls, you are beautiful. I'm putting it in my pocket. That's okay. That's okay. Beautiful. I want like a camera shake, I think. I wanted to be faster. Okay, so he kind of appears sooner, so let's do it like that. I think what would be better actually is if we took this. There we go. Maybe just for smoothness, we'll just add a quick cross dissolve right here. Just a quick one. There we go. I need a turtle gif. The saying. Slow. Okay. Saying. Did it say the saying? Yeah, it did. This guy, this guy, this guy. I don't know if I want that one. Sweet again. Diamond. Husband. Maybe this one will be better. Body of my shine. They say that I should settle down. I don't wanna. Oh, fuck. Okay. I see. Crosses all this in. Um. Okay. Oops. I think that's fine. Okay. Hey, hmm. Let's do hit marker gif. It changes guns, which is really weird. I don't want to use it though. I feel like it's too much violence. Maybe like a CS:GO gif. Since I can't type. I can do this. Becomes a hunter. There we go. When did you get home? Fuck. Always dissolve again. And then if I did the hit marker GIF. Oh, that's like so bad. Day you can hold it. Okay, I have an idea. Right there. That fucking wasn't a PNG, you liar. Please be an actual PNG. It's a lie. Okay, tools, color, transparent. Oh, my neck hurts. It's bizarre. Escobar. I just wanna be right where you are. Let's see. I think one more. This one. Put here then. Behind. Forward. Behind. Okay. Then I need the hit marker noise. There we go. Why can't I add? Okay, this one works. It's too loud. Zoom in. There you go. What's up, my gabagoons? Hello, Happy. How's work? I hope work is going well. I'm just putting CSGO memes in my work videos because I can. I'm gonna post a meme to my boss because I can. Is my phone vibrating? Spam call? The Halo crawl. Wait, does he have a sniper in this GIF? Nah, he just got an assault. Adding sound effects? Yes, I am. I added in like the CS:GO like meme, and then I added hit markers because I thought it'd be funny if it missed, because it kind of goes against what the video is saying, but like that's not really the point, but it kind of is the point. And now I posted a meme in my in the work Discord to see if they're gonna get the meme. I can smell you. I need the. I can smell you. Wait, meme. I need him like sniffing. There's like one where he's like sniffing, isn't there? I thought there's one where there's like I guess I'll just look up sniffing gif. I gotta go to the bathroom. I like this one. Patience. I need to make this bigger. Make this smaller. Crop the bottom. Bring this in here. Put that right there. With patience. And then the Morgan, I can smell you. How loud was that? A little bit louder. The problem that's like bugging me is that this is like way too long in my opinion. Um, actually give. I'm putting so many CS:GO memes in this. It's just one of those days. Should really involves the hater crawler, hadal crawler, and then I'll add in this one. Probably crop the top. Oh. Hello, Kiwi. Welcome on in. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. It's gonna be quieter. A butterfly. Fly gif. The air so dry, I feel like SpongeBob packed it under a heat lamp. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Be sure to stay moist, stay hydrated. Eat some good food to make yourself a little to get yourself to be distracted from the heat. Moist. Moist indeed. Let's do a cross dissolve here. I think this was pretty good. Added a bit more memes to this one for attention span. My parents texted me. My mom texted me. What did maid mama say? That's my therapist. Okay. This plant's name is the ZZ plant. It's hard to flower. Good night, Phoenix. Mwah. Sleep well. Thank you for coming in. Tuck, 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 tuck. Sleep well. It's a very interesting plant. It's kind of cute. It looks like it has puppy paw prints on the thing. It's Zamioculcas? Zamioculcas? Zamioculcas. Images? Zamioculcas? Hard is it to have flowers? Often taking 5 to 6 years to bloom, flowers appear at the base as rooms later. Oh, very cool. My mom was able to get this plant called the Zamioculus zamifolia to bloom. And apparently it's a really hard plant to make bloom unless you tend to it very carefully. So that's cool. That's cool. Okie dokie. Browse. Video editing and shrine. She texted me to be like, look, I did the thing. Hopefully our house will have good luck this year. And I'm like, hell yeah, Mom. It's fucking sick. Gotta do this one. Which, yeah, I think it's like every 3 seconds has actually been pretty good. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. Actually, no, we adjusted it based off of the timing of the subtitles. So let's do that first. World building. Enshrine. Select track 1. Transcribe audio. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom. I love you guys very much. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. if you include all the hot honey ones they just added, and there's a lot. What the fuck? What are you talking about? Sorry if my face tracking is weird. I have to heat compress my eyeball. The campaign has arrived. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Fucking New Arizona flavors. Ah, this pop pack is not hot enough. Ad break. Ad break. Ad break. What are the new flavors? Oh, goodness sake. But I got a whipped pineapple orange? What the fuck? Damn. It'll my shorts J all over me. They have ew. Yeah, this is their. They have a chocolate egg cream soda. I see the whipped orange pineapple. Arnold Palmer strawberry. Cherry lime Ricky. I'm not seeing any hot honey ones. Oh, they have a hydration mix. Interesting. Bruh, this hot pack is not hot enough. I'm so sad. So I was gonna hot compress my eye because I just took a break. I did not. I did not put this in there for long enough. But it's okay. It's opening my sinuses though. This is nice. Eating a 1 pound tub of Nutella is a concept just as much of the land of enshrined. And what is a concept except for the ideas and memories of those that create it? This line of thinking, while it may seem abstract to someone and somewhat hard to follow, it's exactly what the gods of Enshrine, how the gods of Enshrine interact with the world. Also, they replaced my lotto game. They with what? The gods' perception of reality. What they replace it with? Warhammer. Within the world of Warhammer, many of the chaos gods or otherwise are just avatars of the gods and stuff. Think about it. If we were to see a god, you'd probably be blinded just like they talk about in the Bible. Shrine. Great captions. Instead of 1,000 a day for life, it's 1,000,000 a year for life? Is that less? 1,000 a day, 365 times 1,000? Come on. So, like, in a year, let's see, 1,000 a day, not including tax, times 350? No, 365. It's 1,000,000 for life. Damn, that's more, isn't it? That's a good bit more, isn't it? It's good, right? It costs twice as much, and the bigger payout, and it has better odds. Hey, Kiwi, on a good day, I'm just saying, I think you should just, grab one. Just on a good day. I don't think, like, lottery is, like, an awesome thing, but I do think it's a thing where, like, I might as well try it every now and again. That's beyond better? Cool. I doubt my math, so just wanted to make sure. Okay, so... is a... create it. Even if I don't win, the money goes towards nature preservation. Ooh, that's actually really nice. Okay, this one can go here. Okay, so and this way. The chaos gods. Not the gods themselves. Probably be blinded, just like they talk about in the Bible. In the next video. Okay. Cool. Oh, and you might be getting pho for dinner? Fuck yeah. Look at you having a good day. Okay. Eating 1 pound of Nutella is a concept. Eating chocolate. GIF. SpongeBob. I'm having like a distinct memory of a GIF, but I don't remember what it is. Let's see. Messy eating. I could have sworn. Now I'm losing it. Now that I'm looking at these GIFs, my brain is like losing the GIF that I thought of in my brain. Eating Nutella. Yeah, no, I'd rather use a GIF. Patrick eating GIF. I guess this one works. Running and running, run, running and running and run, running and running and run, running and running and run. And then go back, and I have 2 folders open, so let's close the one that's extra. We'll go here, this one, this one. There's cropping on it? No. Okay. We will crop this one. Retain. Yep. Okay, and crop bottom. Perfect. I think that's 1 pixel off, actually. Let me see your face again. Easy. as a concept. Let's see, SpongeBob chocolate. For real? Is this one good? I think I'll do this one. And then I'll just credit what episode this is from. This is the Magic Conch episode. And with my darling, faster than I should. Driving with my darling, ever if we could. So this is on my desktop, but I don't see it. I wonder if it's doing the thing again, which would be kind of annoying. Rest of your life, sorry for you. Looked in your eyes, let to confess. You were said you. See this one. Oh, this is for Krabby Patty specifically. SpongeBob eating scene. Patrick? I don't want like a super long video. Apology. Let's see, eating cartoon scene. The rest of your life. I'm sorry for you when I looked in your eyes. I to confess, I told you a lie. Said you. Need like a chocolate eating scene. I don't know. Oh, what about the Willy Wonka chocolate? I'm trying to think of a scene where someone eats like a lot of. Oh wait, what about Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs? This clip might be good. You know, I've never watched Cloudy before. It's a silly time, I think. I think it's just a silly time. I want this video, but it's kind of like low quality. Huh. I guess I could, maybe this one would work, because, like, I think this kind of goes with what I'm saying in the videos. Let's hope that this one works. It did. Cool. I just gotta turn it into an MP4 now. There we go. And then we'll put that there. Which I will put this here for now. I'm gonna put it there. And then I'll move this up just so that way I can bring in this when it's done. I miss you all the time. Love myself on the internet just to see what you'll find. I want your things in my room. I miss you all the time. Looks so easy leaving every. Alright, now I just gotta clip out the parts that I want. Oh, that one's like almost enough, like as it is, actually. You'd call me in my arms to see if you'd want me. Yeah, I want your things in my room. I miss you all the time. Myself on the internet. Let me see if the other one is longer. There are things in my room. I miss you all the time. Make it look so easy, leaving everything behind. Ha, 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 ha. I need this one. Except for the little boys you wanna fly. Who was so blue I wanna. This one would also work. I don't know if it's long enough. Oh, where's the donut one? Okay, so what if we did these two? It'd be too long. Cool, then let's choose this one. Here's my playback funny. Before camera originals. Slime back. Wait. This is gonna go here. This can go here. And then we can take this die, and then we can do a cross dissolve in between them. And what? And right here. And what is a concept if not for the, let's see, how far? This line of thinking. I think this one would be good to go here. How much of this footage do we have? Fuck. Not enough. Not enough. Let's do this one. Let's change it to like this. And then this one. Killer is a bad thing to be. Killer is like me. That's exactly how the gods have been trying to work, I think. Alright, let's do this. And then we want a page curl right here. And then this goes here. Let's use this clip. Go back up and we do a cross. Yeah, cross it all. Get out of there. And then we put it in between. There we go. Did I say perception? Perception, okay. If you really think about it. If you really think about it, what do I want to do for the think one, though? If you really think about it. Actually, I kind of want to bring back in this one. Apply. Then I want to do a page curl. Okay. And then delete track. I didn't. Oh, no, I did. Okay. Save. I need to go to a previous one, and I need to grab the text. This. Nope. Actually, yeah, bring that in there. And then this one. I think that's fine. Start. Okie dokie, and then I go like this. I'll just do Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. I need to move the little hamster on my desk. My little Lego hamster. Okay, so. And then we do another page crawl right here, which I'm gonna need some Warhammer. Oh boy. The Horus Heresy. Warhammer sounds like some nerd. Yeah, fuck it. Ha, nerds. Yeah, no, I need some Warhammer videos because I'm referencing Warhammer for this video. Demon of Zeech. What? What? Devouring is your man for Warhammer. Yeah, I'm just getting some Warhammer clips so that way I can put in this TikTok video. Because and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure how Warhammer works is there are only avatars of the gods. There are no technical real representations of the gods. From my understanding, they just kind of affect the world. So that is what I'm referencing to explain how gods work in our system. Which gods? Like the chaos gods, for example. I said the chaos gods in the I said I said what did I say? I said wrong one. If you really think about it, many dark fantasy literature and media If you really think about it, many dark fantasy literature and media presents their god in this way. A popular example is Warhammer. Within the world of Warhammer, many of the representations of the chaos gods or otherwise are just their avatars and not the gods themselves. And it's just basically saying how, like, in a lot of, like, true eldritch literature, you don't exactly perceive them. They exist within their realm. Chaos gods exist in the warp and do not enter real space. Yeah, so they exist within their own realm, but mortals aren't meant to look at them. Kind of like Jesus. Oh no, not Jesus, but like God. We all know what God looks or Jesus looks like. Where you left me. Both beings and locations. Okay, well, I might have a little bit of misinformation in my video then, but it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Probably. In case it offends anyone, I apologize for my transgressions against Warhammer and her people. It's for the bit, though, so you're gonna have to stick with me on that. And I'm a heretic, and I feel like that's what a heretic does. So, just gonna roll with it. Then I want the other clip. SpongeBob going blind scene. That guy that stares at the sun or something. Oh God, Jesus. I thought there was a guy in SpongeBob where one of the fish looked at the sun in his eyes. Warhammer doesn't have the best fandom. Some of the nerds will get mad at anything they perceive as incorrect heresy. Listen, we need the views. And if you know, if any of the people, listen, I'll even say it now, listen, timestamp it, 5:04 p.m. on a Tuesday, here in the Milk Club. If anything I say in this video offends anyone, I apologize. I didn't mean for it to. I just am making a silly TikTok video. I'm a little guy. Please don't hurt me. Be a heretic if you were in the same... Don't worry. You can only be a heretic if you were in the same canon. Oh, you mean like if I was in the world of Warhammer, I could only be a heretic? I mean, yeah, true. Where is it? 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 I like that. The Warhammer 30 stuff is really cool. The amount of times Gateway has retconned and changed lore has the nerds in as vicious battles as the world has the... I mean, hey, that's fair. I mean, listen, I'm just a guy on the internet making videos, you know? And you know what? I'm gonna take any chance I can to talk about things that I like, and if that happens, that I can talk about Warhammer. I think that should be the point to come across. If any of the people that are mad at me come, it's now 5:06. Time stamp at 5:06. If anyone gets mad at me about the misusage of anything in my videos, just know I didn't do it for the purpose of misinformation, but more so that I just wanted to talk about something that I like in a work video. Because why wouldn't I take the chance to talk about things that I like in a work video? If it allows me to. You know? Ooh, I know what video to put here. Delete resources, enshrined. Trailer, I want the guy burning. Okay, this one to go here, apply. And then let's do another Warhammer clip. Give me another one. Actually, let me just grab another one from this. It's a bit of a waste if I don't keep using more of it, I think. Nope, I gotta use a different video. Trailer. want? I don't want one where it like looks like they're looking at a god. Or just looking at something that's kind of unbelievable. Etched in the surface as evidence of their purpose outside, hiding in the surface. You find me. Kind of like that shot. Wait, where is it? This one? This Warhammer is the Dawn of War 1. Dawn of War 1. Dawn of War 1. Cinematic trailer. The surface. You find me. I did some napkin math while waiting for the pho, and if they took half of the jackpot for taxes, they'd still break down to $60,000 a month. Yeah, that's fucking amazing. It's the most epic and awesome. If I can find a clip, listen to Byron. If I can find a clip that works for the line that I said, I'll use it. Oh, maybe. I think the other one. What is the line? The line is, I mean, think about it. If you were to see a god in real life, you probably be blinded, just like they talk about in the Bible. The latter half, like being blinded, is not like part of the line, or like I already have footage for that. But the beginning of the line is, I mean, think about it. If you were to see a god in real life, and then I like that's kind of the line I want. So I was thinking of this one. Because he was kind of like looking up at this statue. And I thought that was like, because he's like, this scene is kind of like him looking at presumably his god, you know? So I felt like that one might be pretty good. Can you find me? Hails into the surface, evidence. Track path, it's in the surface. Like the Face of God short film. Ooh. I wouldn't be against using that. Would this be too dark? Maybe it's a little too jarring. I do a lot of Warhammer in this. Like, that one's a really good call-out, but I've only been using, like, 3D animated movies. So I feel like I gotta use something along those lines. Well, I think that's the one we were looking at before. Fuck. I lost it. No, where is it? There's a history button. There we go. I think this one works. It's a short horror film, and I heard a famous director is remaking it. Hope it's not Blumhouse. Honestly, sometimes when I hear, like, the remakes like that happening, it makes me sad because, like, if it's by a big director, obviously more people are gonna see that than the short film, I feel like, but at the same time, it's kinda, like, kinda sucks, 'cause, like, sometimes less is more, in my opinion, you know? And so I hope they don't butcher it. Because I would feel bad. That would be, feel bad. Okay, we'll use that. And then I will edit this piece. I also need to get the credits for the rest of these guys. Cyclecross dissolve. Sorry, it's called Portrait of God, and it's being redone by Jordan Peele and Sammy Ramy. I saw it. Yeah, no, yeah, I saw a little clip of it. But that's okay. That's cool. It doesn't seem like it's Spawn. Total Warhammer 3 has a trailer of the depiction of the Chaos God, but it's not like a blinding thing. Let me look at it. Cause like I'm definitely gonna be talking about gods again. So Total War 3 trailer. Yo, I'm still using it. I'm using it. Hurry up! Oh, it already did it. Okay. Wait, I want to use that instead of the one I used. I like that one a lot. That's a good clip. Thank you. I'm gonna use that instead of this one right here. And then I'm gonna put this one, actually, I'm gonna put this one here, I think. And then we can use the one that we just grabbed. 24. Cross dissolve. At the end, I will use... I don't know if I have this in here. Because that would be a good enshrined image for it. I don't, but I think I have it in another video, but let me just download it again. Oh, excuse me, it's in the gallery. Ooh, I like the way this plant will be looking. Looking at me, and I know. I need to do my invoice for work. Where is it? It's this one. Relate to destination. This is a weapon and default. Okay, this one goes here. Thank you for the wellness check. I will drink water in 1 second. Let me just get the clip that I want. Oh, not this guy. I'm a little dumb. Warhammer 3. This one? Web and file. Okay, let me drink some water. Cool. And then, well, that does that. We'll go in here. I also stretch. Oh! I popped my ribcage. I didn't expect to do that. Okie dokie. Oh, I need to give my... I keep forgetting. I have like a baby habit tracker that I made that I want to try to keep up with. But the only thing I haven't kept up with is giving myself stars. So I'm going to do that really quick. I give myself a little star sticker every time I do it. Okay, so I owe 3 of these. Boop. Not bad, not bad, me. Not bad. And then 2 of these, I think, is... Because, yes, I did it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yippee! It's not sweet, so... a new guy. Put him here. Look at this, I have a new diamond. Like it used to. Style. Baby. Like Michael. It's like crabs. So plastic. So plastic. Cool. Is this done? Yes. Okay. We like Michael. We like friends. Give me my chaos gods, please. There they are. There are my chaos gods. Oh shit, this is like long. Let's see how this looks. Many. We gotta have corn though. God damn it. Positions, yeah. Okay, video transitions, cross dissolve. We're gonna do a page curl and another cross dissolve. Oops. Page curl, cross dissolve. Oh wait, no, I need another page curl right there too. Where's my page curl? There it is. Okay. This one, this one, this one. And then I need the name of the videos. This is a very long title. 0.55 semi-bold and sans. And then this one. Gotta go back to my history. I didn't use that one, I did use the Horus Heresy. I also used... Was it the Galaxy Burns one? Is the Titus Squad. Warhammer. What's this one? Go ahead, get down. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead. Get down. And then I know that we used this one. God dang it. I don't want to click on the video, but I can't grab it any other way. Okay, that one. There we go. Actually, is there a way I could have this anchor just above? Oh. Okay, never mind. That's fine. Okay. There. Just want to change that over here too. And I do them all for free. Nothing crazy about me. Delete track, put this down. Now everything should have their appropriate thing. This one will also have a page flip, and I think then one here. I think that's everything. Okay, cool. Building this one. Now we just render out the bad boy. And then I should check on ENSHRINED to make sure there's no comments on anything. They'll think I'm bonkers. Oh. Love the king in yellow, even though not made by... Just a solid pick. Essentially... Easy assumption. Okie dokie. So like the old ice cream lady shop, I think, from the OG SpongeBob movie. Shoot. SpongeBob ice cream lady. And then pixels. Wrong one. Got a comment that on a Nisek trap draw reminds them of this. They just added it to D. Huh? Wait. Oh, did I not? Oh, okay. What is DRG? Deep Rock Galactic? Finding every tarantula. Wait. Deep galactic worm. Ooh, like the worm shots. And like the worm sharks. Okie dokie. No. Okay. That's good, that's good, that's good. Analytics. Alrighty. Save, and then we're gonna relaunch this. How many more videos do I want to do today? This one will be easy. I think these three will be pretty easy. Oh, I didn't ask what time we're collabing tomorrow. Scott doesn't show. Time we collab tomorrow. Who does he? I got the phenomenal. Did you take a picture? Did you take a picture? Great, it tastes like you, only sweeter. I guess I could do V stars. I kind of want to start with V stars because I kind of want to do the. Did I fuck this up? I did. Yippee. Fuck. But my eyesight is going bad in this crystal ball. It's always cloudy except for looking to the past. Nightstand. Yeah, so that's fine. Delete track. I need the template again right here. Composition. Soon. Seems all the memories. We think in the form of crunching numbers, hotel rooms, collecting page 6 lovers. Get you out of my mind, get you out of those clothes. Well, when I get home, okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One time, thanks for the memory, so great. This one save. Go back to this one. Say trying to say at time 3 p.m. PST. 3 p.m. Okay, add track. Oops. Tastes like you, only sweeter. I'll never remember how I do these. I feel like they're always different depending on how the VTuber places themselves. Okay, and then this one. Delete track. Let's turn that off for now. Oh, right. Boop, boop. Okay, so pick a screen color. Okay, and then the red outline will now become like a light pink. Okay, and I'll go there, save, workspace, works with calibration, snap captions. Text plus this one, we're going to transcribe the audio. And then we're going to do default. Ooh. Okay, I'd have to add in custom ones, that's fine. So this will be duck. Wait, what? Okay, so it starts like here. Okay, so bad to the bone. I watched a YouTube video where a guy was complaining that he hated the anime community for being cringe gooners, and he threw a stray shot at VTubers. Ironically, he is an anime YouTuber and technically a PNG tuber. I mean, like, I get, like, don't get me wrong, man. I understand. I understand that, like, the online, the media online, man, it's real fucking hard. It's real hard out here, cause you know, it's a bit overly horny, I'd say, in the good Lord's year of 2026. But like, don't try to beat what you are, man. Just beat it. Oh, I didn't mean to do this. This needs to go here. And then let's do this. Wonder if that's better. Go back, refresh, text plus, this one. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so I'll have to change that. Okay. Move, delete, snap captions. Select a clip, delete. Snap captions His main thing was not being able to have a good chemistry about the stories and hating how much content brained and cringe the content creators are. That's just how it be, dog. Unfortunately, we ain't, like, I get, like, no, like, I totally understand. We are in an overstimulating, over monetized, over sexualized world, but instead of complaining, just be the change that you want to see. That's why we're respectful in the Milk Club. There's times to be horny here, and then there's also times where we gotta be respectful. You know, like, I understand. I feel I had to talk to my therapist, but at the same time, the world is more fun when people let themselves be weird and enjoy things. I think there's like, so there's, in my opinion, there's a difference between like being yourself and being weird and being like over sexual and stuff like that. Which, like, if anyone, I had to talk to my therapist about this today. This was her and my entire therapy. Um this was like most of my therapy session was talking about how me as a person, yeah, there's, in my opinion, a time and a place for horny things. But that's not all the time, and it's not 24/7. Oh no, the goober weirdness is a problem, and it. Oh no, the gooner weirdness is a problem, and it's in. Yeah, like. I don't want to talk about it, but like sound like, I don't know. It was a hard and like somewhat frustrating thing for me to talk to my therapist about. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing to talk about or anything. It's just I get wanting to be horny. I think, like, at the end of the day, I get wanting to be horny. I get it. I get it. There's so many sexy people in the world. It makes sense. But at the same fucking time, we gotta calm it down a little bit. There's a time and a place for horny, but it's not 24/7. But you know what is good for all the time? Being a little dude. Being a little dude. Being here for other people. And I think that's where, like, I kind of want to differ from other VTubers, is that I really don't want to do gooner content. Like, there'll be times where, like, yeah, I'll mess around, but, like, I don't know. Okay. And there was a perfect segue for an advancedgg ad. Bruh, that's part of the problem, though! I can't chill every second. But if you do want to show for me, you should get some advancedgg with !advancedgg with milkcgg at checkout, 10% off. Smile. I do need to start saying that more. I'm just lazy. It's a bundle of high energy, ADHD, and an absolute insanity. So there may not be much cursing from her. I promise that there will be cursed times to be had. Often streaming on Twitch, they lean towards horror games, but love anything that she can just hop right into. Junie always streams with the open arms, creating a warm and welcoming space. Whether it's playing Dungeons and Dragons or hanging out with friends, Junie will keep you company as much as she probably won't steal your bones. Bones was the bones. I'm back. Welcome back, Sonic Man. Why are you eyeing at me? Why are you yelling at me? What's happening? What are we doing? Dance to this beat. Dance to this beat. Sorry, I had to. show you. Me, sweetie, you've got me. That's what the in the passenger seat. I'm playing Tetris Effects Connected. What's that? Roll boys and Harlequin girls, let me dance in this beat and hold the living cross. House to roll boys and Harlequin girls. Harlequin girls. This beat. So boys and Harlequin girls. To this beat. Oh, it's racing faster. I want to listen to the song again. Faster. Let me start this one. Okay, now we do this one. Will you love me, sweetie? You have me. Look at the sweat serving up in the passenger seat. Oh, it's just be me. Oh. We're Sorcerer boys and Harlequin girls. Do this beat and hold the living cross. Toss around boys and Harlequin girls. Do this beat and hold the living cross. Ugh. Ugh. I hurt my throat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that was bad. I hurt my throat. Blech. His heart's beating faster, faster. Sorcerer boys and Harlequin girls. Speed and hold the living cross. Sorcerer boys and Harlequin girls. And hold the living cross. Speed. Dance to this beat. Dance to this beat. Fading faster. Sweetie, you have me. That's why the love is serving up. Body in the passenger seat. I'm trading faster, faster. I look like girls. You dance with the speed and hold on. So the speed and hold on. Dance around boys and I look like girls. Strong boys and I look like girls. To this beat. There's the one in here. I see. Okie dokie. 2018 puzzle game that takes a fresh new take on the Tetris series that was enchanted version was released. Oh, that's cool. It's cool. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope it's a good time. Keep clicking on the wrong video. Shut the fuck up, bro. Mm-hmm. 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 1, 2, 3. Start that here. Bless you, baby. My cat sneezed. Nice. Okie dokie. This one. Apply. That's at a table. 2, 3. Let's do that part. In all breath. Oh, what you're gonna lose, and now you're gone. Didn't I then call, and now you live with your regrets, and this it's all your fault. Breaks my heart that I let you leave. Memories of you. Oops. Thank you for the save check, Sonic Man. There you go, all saved up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Often what? The horror game. I'm crazy if I told you that I called you. And you're the only one I feel like I can talk to. I just coming into with you. I'm complicated when you miss someone. 2, 3. Don't know what you're gonna lose, and I'm gone. That's called on the other way. Press it 'cause it's all your fault. No, it's hard that I let you leave. Thank you for the song request. Ooh, I haven't really listened to Prince, so good choice. Let's do this one. This one. Okay, so it's this whole section. Split it in half. Hello, pictures. Hope you had a good meeting. What happened? That one's I've been putting these in the wrong folder. Made it! You did it! Hello! Hello! I hope our meeting was good. He played everything on all records with a few exceptions. What does that mean? What does it mean? Dungeons and Dragons. Clips. Dun dun dun. Did that Dungeons and Dragons one. Let's do this one. Oh wait, wrong one. Clips and then zoom this one out a bit. Together. He has a few. Okay. He has a few backing bands. His most popular band was the New Power Generation. Whoa! I like the name of that band. That's a good name for a band. It's a good name for a band. I wish there was a band that had a name like that nowadays. There might be. That I just don't know of. Let me track. I just like bands that have cool names. Delete track. Okay, now I gotta go grab. Meetings for today. Must do work for tomorrow, but also brain cook. Why don't you take a break and play a game? Take a break. Go get a snack. What meeting? Work meetings. Work meetings for our TTRPG Enshrined. Bunny. I like this one. I just realized that. I just realized something. And I have to fix that in here. Pause. Well, I gotta play this again because I don't. Properties. No. Bruh. What is my audio doing? I'm a game designer for ENSHRINED, so just wrapped up in our design test meetings for the day, but this week is busy. It's okay. Apparently my audio brain is not working either. Okay. Oh, fuck, I don't know what this would be. Speaker 2. I have to replay this. Fuck. Three. No. This one? No. 4. Okay, I somehow broke that. That is... Vampire is making cool roguelike deck builder next, which would be cool. Vampire. Oh, that is cool. That is cool. That's not cool. Okay, that's not it. 7? No. 2? No, that doesn't make sense. 5? No. 6? No. 8? No. 3? No. 4? No. What the fuck? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do the thing that I do now. Which means just give me anything. Give me this. Load. Load. Oh, my extra mouse died. Okay. Okay, while that plays, I gotta mess with audio stuff really quick. A1. A1. Okay. What is this source? Speakers desktop. Oh. Oh, I think Elaine understands. Yes, no, Elaine understands now. Elaine's brain. maincoow looks like they have a demo for the stream. Next pack looks cool. Ooh, yeah, I could play it when I'm done with work today. Okay, wait, no, so it should be... What's the desktop one, mic? Where is it? Where are you? Right? I'm so confused. What the fuck? Stream PC A1 and Stream PC Elgato Wave XLR. Oh, I fucked it up, chat. That should work. I don't understand why that's not working, though. Everyone's fed and I'm settled. Yippee! Pixels, would you mind helping me for a second? Elaine does not understand. So, it's so. Right, none of this will work. So, the stream PC is coming through this. And I'm pretty sure that's okay. Like, it's not going to OBS. I can't make it go to OBS because I don't know why. Because there's so many fucking audio sources on my computer that I'm confused. So before, how I had it before, this actually wasn't working. Like, this wouldn't register anything. But now I, like, think I fixed it to where it is registering it now. But neither the outputs, because now this should be speaker desktop VAIO, right? And now, no matter if I put it on the stream PC or desktop, it doesn't work. And I think it was originally going to one of the input devices.
This is the PC?
This is my computer. Yeah. My PC is set up because my family is painting my room, so my computer isn't up. Damn. What are they painting? What color? So maybe it's because this needs to listen to it. But then I can't okay, wait. I need to understand it. So this is an input. So this is input 2. So if I go down here and I go to stream PC and I go to input 2, it still doesn't work.
Help me understand. So the audio, where's OBS is on that computer or this computer?
This computer.
This computer. Okay. And you're not getting audio from that computer.
Onto I can hear it.
Okay.
Me can hear it. Stream can't hear it.
Okay, so the audio from that computer is coming over to here, and you can hear it, but the stream can't.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
1, 2, 5. Am I clicking the wrong button? Is it this need to be like this, and then this like this? And then if that does that, then... And this works now? I fucking don't remember.
Okay, can we take a step back? So no. Do we know what input you're getting the audio? Because you're hearing it correctly, so do you know what the name of the input that it's coming in on is?
It's coming... So it's going to A1, which is the stream PC, which is the Elgato Wave stream PC, this guy. Which is why I thought that if I set this to also listen to stream PC, it would work. But it does not want to. Let me just triple check. Audio capture. Let's put this on stream PC. And it's got nothing. Nothing's happening over here. Yes, but it's happening here. Isn't that awesome?
So even though it's muted, you would see that.
Yes. Yeah, so like with Spotify, if I muted it really quick, you can still see that it's happening. Because I took it off of this guy, which is what it used initially. So maybe just this doesn't work the way I think it does. Or stereo input. What is the difference between these two?
So these is audio going out. And this is audio. Like, so this is like if you want to plug something into this computer to like make sound, it goes there. If you want something to go out of computer, it goes like here more.
So this isn't a receivable one?
Well, I mean,
because right now this one is receiving audio. Maybe I fucked it up in the V-band. I hate audio. Because, like, I was, like, dialing in the settings today for my microphone and audio and stuff, and I was, like, golden. And then I changed stuff, and I looked over, and then this guy was not responding, and I'm like... So right now, it's in virtual 1. Which I presume is A1. I think so. No.
So.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5...
Virtual
Virtual
1 is B1. These are the virtuals. These are the...
Oh, so I need this in 2 then. Oh!
Yeah, so these are the virtual cables here. Is it working? Okay, it's doing something, but it's not there yet.
Wait, that's because now I just need this to go to... one of these. It's gonna make me shit bricks. I just wish I could know, like, what this is.
Well, right now it's nothing. So right now you're picking up the digital cable and sending it to here.
Yes.
So it's just whatever's on this.
Oh, so then I'd send it to B3.
Yeah, which sends it here.
Sends it.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, so I want this on B1. So that's.
Sending it there.
But it's not equalizing anything. Oh, is it because it's not listening to me?
Yes. Oh, wait, no, move this over. B1.
B1. But it's also. Oh, this is so I can hear it. Oh.
So B2.
B2 is my mic.
Okay, so is there a say what's B3?
Nothing.
Yes,
B3.
so B3.
And then this guy's gotta be B3. And then.
I was pretty sure that. Sorry, it's been a minute.
Oh, you're total. Oh. 8. 8 is 8.
Is 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then so these are the masters. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is these, and then the virtual B1 through 3 is see right here, physical virtual. So then this is 6, 7, 8. So 8 is virtual 3.
So what if I made it 2?
Virtual 2, then it would be virtual 7. B2 is virtual 7.
Huh? Okay, but then why is it not working?
Because it's set to. That's not set to the right one.
It's 2.
No. So you need like out 7.
Oh,
This is out
1, 2, 3. Oh, so this would be 7.
Yeah. So the number is these. So the physical ones are things that you're plugging into your computer normally, like your microphones and stuff, and that's where those are going. And then these are the digital ones that it's making up. The 3. Is it working?
Okay, stream. Yeah, it's working. Yeah, because now, yeah. I hate this program. I paid $20 for it today. So that, because every time I open it, or every couple of hours, it'll give me a pop-up saying I haven't paid for it. And then it'll do a thing where it's like registering, but while it's registering, you can't use it.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never had that happen.
So I just paid for it.
I mean, fair. I mean, it's a good piece of software. Even if you don't like it sometimes.
It's just I wish there was better documentation on it. That's what I wish.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things where it's like I think people that do audio routing, like with physical, like it makes sense to them. It's set up like a mixed board, but it's just one of those things.
I'm wondering if I could have done this with brain thinky banana, because I only have 2. It doesn't matter. I will not be using banana because I already paid for potato and it's separate things. And once you donate for potato, you get potato hydroconian.
To be fair, potato is better. Banana is just simpler for people trying to do simple things. I would not use potato. You have too many sources between the two programs and between the two computers.
It's only 1. It's 1 and 1 though.
Is it now?
It's only, yeah, currently it's only 1 and yeah, the first one. Well, that's because like the stream computer would be a separate computer. That was a bunch of separate things that we were setting there. But because the main computer is the streaming PC, we're only setting the microphone. It was good audio bullshit.
Yeah, so in that case, maybe, but there is no.
I mean, I've already.
There's no reason to use
I need to fuck off, Windows.
Because it's not like they're inherently different programs. Potato is just banana with more stuff, like more options.
Can I hide some of this stuff?
You want to go to control panel. Because you can hide it.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll show you chat. Oh, wrong button. Okay. Oh shit, can I not resize this? Windows, you stingy bitch. Okay. Disable. That one's fine. I don't know what that is. I'm not using that one. Okay, these ones. Yeah, these ones are the one I want. Jesus Christ. So 1, 2, desktop. I want to set them back to their defaults. If I... Nope. Oh! No!
Check the mod.
No, it's fine. It's just like... So, speaker...
So it's like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, where is 6, 7, and 8?
Is it up?
No. Hello, compact.
So remember 6, 7, and 8 are virtual. So they're gonna have a different icon. Probably.
Shut the fuck up, Kiwi. You're too old for this shit. Ah!
Okay, there.
Voice meter default output. Audio stuff, fair enough. I'm chilling after work. How's work? Names. So do I need any of the outputs then? Made a pic of my confusion. Ooh, brother.
Bro's making up new names. Run.
I just want the original names.
That's the same picture.
So what are these outputs then? If these are all inputs, these are the outputs. These are the outputs.
So these are like up here, hardware outputs. That's like you're plugging something in your computer you want it to go do. So that's that.
Gee, somebody sounds like an old crone. Suck my dick. Where are you? This makes no sense. Okay, so I'm gonna hide 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Disable. 1, 2. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Jesus Christ. So many dials. I know. Okay, so this one, I will do properties. This is 2, which is this one, right? That's what you are in here, right? No. No.
Because that's 2 out and this is 2 in. 2 out is
This guy. Which doesn't have a name and you can't name him. Poggies. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that makes sense. And so I'm really only gonna be using the first 3 and the last 3. Works for me. Okay, so this is the stream PC, which I will put in parentheses as... No, fuck it. Stream PC. Okay. But I don't know what these are.
Why do you need? Oh.
Because I just named this, and that. I don't know. I'll disable them all then. See what happens. Alright, chat.
When sound starts breaking, you're in control of the breaking.
Disable. It disabled like these. Which is confusing because it says virtual inputs. Speakers,
I
desktop.
think the input output nomenclature gets a little confusing because
Because speaker 2, if I enable it. Don't switch. This guy. Wait, what? I thought. I said don't.
No, you're doing it don't for each one. It's not on everything. It's every single one. It's gonna pop up.
Where's speaker's desktop coming from? Who are you?
Why does it
Who are you?
It's working. Just leave it.
Fuck no! Oh! Wait, is his voice meter 6 now? Is that this one? Can you not change what these are? Like what the inputs are? Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. Elaine is kind of understanding. So I think that this, you can leave now. Okay, please go play a video game, eat some comfort food. I love you. Okay, try not to fall asleep though. Wait, now it says voice meter in 6. Yeah, no, that's right. I'm just gonna disable them all. Okay. Oh my god, okay, alright. Alright, so now if I go into my sound settings, more volume settings, I should only have... I don't know what that is. I don't know what this is. Where is it? Steam streaming microphone? I don't know what that is. Sound. That's fine. Recordings should only be... Yeah, I think that makes sense. HDMI line in. Not to use. I'm not gonna use these guys. Wavelength monitor, wavelength stream is fine. Microphone, disable. Actually, why am I not... Five, 4. Stream PC? Why don't I set this one to 5. And then put this one to 5. 4, 5, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. Elena's confused. 5. Yeah, I want it to be to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, physical 5. Fuck off, Discord. Okay. No, I understand now. This one's 6. 5, 6. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Cancel. So then we'll keep the first 6 then. And properties. Properties. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, this is gonna bother me. That's what I get for trying to be organized. Stream PC. Okay. Now we have the wavelength one. We have out 1, 2. How come this isn't like... I had a pretty god? A god? Share? Wavelength monitor, stream PC, VBI. Good work day. How was your day? Sorry, I preemptively said, no, you're good. I'm having a pretty good day. Outside of like trying to make sure that my audio is all cleaned up so I don't get confused again. Doing pretty good. Okay. Oh, I'm stupid. Control panel. Sound. Will I ever understand why these aren't together? No. But that's okay. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 4. Okay. Settings. Oop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything monitor. Everything's sure. Okay. I think we're good now. I think I'm okay now. Save settings. Yep. Oh. God dang it. I need you to go away. Boop, boop, boop. I should keep that open. Voice meter come back. So I named you guys. You guys are gonna show up over here, which is really annoying. Okay. Save settings. This guy. Yep. Close. Okie dokie. Now I can go back to worky durky. Alright, I gotta add audio to this guy. Okie dokie, artichoke. Let's grab this guy, shove this back over here. Make sure the audio actually starts with the beginning of the video. Shove this over here, shove that there. Take this guy. Oh, right, okay, wait. Nope, nope. I missed this one. Hello, Starsis. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Sorry if I am a little sounding distracted. Sorry, I was just finalizing that video. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Dun, 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 dun. Good food is always the cure for a headache. I agree. Or at least it makes your mood better, you know? So life doesn't feel as poo-poo. Oh my god. I needed the song vibes. It's a good song. Make sure you have the right name. I will. It wasn't this one that we fucked up on. It was the other one. But I will. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I will be diligent this time. I'll put that one there. Okay. This one. And then this one is. We did Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. So the VGen one we're placing. Plugins apply. Don't care. Oh my god, please. Give it. Give it. Boop, 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 boop. Delete track. I'm just gonna grab these guys. And if I do clip operations replace now, it'll work, right? YouTube. Hey, there you go. Okay, so it should always be like these three to start with then. So go back. Save. Okay. You're good. Here. We're gonna make sure we have the correct name by copying, clicking, looking at it, pasting the correct name. Okay. Okay, cool, cool, cool. You don't wanna play. Oh god, do this one, and then I think I might do. I'm trying to think if I want to do what video I want to do one more. Because I think I should do one more video, but I think it should be a quick video, and then tomorrow we can do one longer video. Hi, Taylor! Happy Tuesday, how are you? Just to waste my time with you. What happens when a sleep-deprived vampire is also a skillful and talented artist? Well, then you get the tea. Yippee, wahoo! Yippee! He's constantly evolving her art style with her current tastes. May recognize her voice as she is also used to go by the handle Sarah T. Handle, fuck. Sarah T. I need this. Streaming when the sun is out and the time is right. Spelling T. T will stream herself. Yapping up. I think I gotta go with this way. And T. Okay, let's go back. T. Yapping. Yapping. Thank you for the head pat. Okay, I think that's. Biscuit. Today. Boop. Time, what's the rush? Delete track. Let's go back to the spelling. T-E-A. Sarty. I'm a mutt. So, let's take a sip of grouping. But don't worry, our challenges are lonely nights. It's lonely nights. I mean, how else do you think? Oops. Okay, I think that's good. And then cool. Close. Alt X. Time. What's the rush? I'm a mutt. Oh. Turn on my cat's blankets. It'll be nice and warm. Alright. Move Frank up. Move Frank up. I always know what the last one will be. Okay, this one, this one. Take a sip of. Oops. I love T's model. It is so pretty. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good. Did I lock these? I did not. Could have had a real mishap on our hands there. Okay, so we go here. Let's do this one. Link clips. Let's do that part maybe. Is that more than 3 seconds though? 1, 2, 3. Yes, it is. Okay, then we can. That works, right? This big there works for me, right? It's also skillful and talented. I'm gonna scoot it. What? Too short? Uh-oh. Right. So it's 1, 2 and a half. Yeah, and then 1, 2 and a half. Okay. That works there. Okay. T who constantly I really didn't grab a lot of art clips, so that's okay. One, two, three. Let's do this part. And then this one here. Apply. And what to do they go? 1, 2, 3. Boop. There we go. And then time is right. Like here. Boot thing. Jump into what did you think? I know you have it. We got Overwatch clip. Link clips. Oop. Weird. So wait. I want this T one. This one. And then like 2 more clips I think I could do. Maybe like a little bit. What other clip do I want to use? Waste of time. Zoom it in a little bit more. Clips. I think let's do roll for fun today, and I can do vibe inside tomorrow. You good? Did you fall? It does kind of look like you fell. 1 second. Let me fix your blanket. You fell, didn't you? Come back up. Come on. I fixed it for you. Here you go, Goober. All fixed. All fixed. Just for you. There. Kind of want to move these clips around. Add track. Just the way you are. What you doing? Oh. Alrighty. It's just the start of the feeling. It's not fair. There we go. Cool. And now I just need audio. Vampire. I can take this. I can accept this. With your head in your hands, you're worth them more than is worth. Think about me all of those years ago. Face to face with I told you so. Boop. Boop. Boop, boop. Oops. Delete empty tracks. Scoot the mixer out all the way. Shove you down to 25. Alrighty. Video editing the highlight quality. This one. This is the way just to stop the feeling. Okie dokie, and then we're gonna do the roll for fun video, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do after that. Maybe play some demos. Download some demos. Let me download some demos. Ooh. Steam Next Fest. Oops. Let's see. It's in here. Punkclay. I was told that there was a demo. The Turbo Wildcard Vampire Survivors demo. It's this one. Download. Anything else I want? Oh, I think for me, which one? Obama indeed. We gotta go. Oh, that's some clean line art that they did in this game. That looks actually kind of fun. That's to my wish list. Are there any demos of games that you guys are interested in watching me play? That's not a co-op game because I will probably play those eventually. Draw, pass. I don't know. Explore my discovery queue. Cargo hunters. Okay. Place. Open. How is Cult of the Lamb? Hello. I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. We are editing videos, but I was kind of deciding on what to do after I was done. I was thinking of trying some Steam Next Fest demos. But there's a lot of shit in here, I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot of shit in here. Sith Neko, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you have a good time at the Milk Club. It was good trying out the new DLC of Woolhaven for the first time. It's sick. Noise. I gotta play more of that game. I don't know. I play it, but then like people die before I finish, and I don't want people to die. It makes me sad. I want some new innovative games. This looks stupid, and it looks like AI. I'm not gonna lie, while the indie game surge has been getting bigger, so has fucking AI slop. It pisses me off. I don't want to look at them anymore. I couldn't take a stab at it. I hope you're doing well. Again, if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. I'm sure we can take it out of you. We're gonna edit another video. Oh, what was the lead one? Vex wants us to play the lead one. Lead something. Search. I downloaded it on my other computer, and only lead can stop them. There. So at least download these two. I don't know what else I'd be interested in, but if you guys have any suggestions on any demos we can play, feel free. I was thinking of doing Angel Engine, the demo, but I kind of just want to play that game in its entirety. The Outbound demo. I have not tried any of them. It's on my wish list, though. Oops. Why are you oopsing? Okay, download that. I gotta actually, let me check my email really quick. Fuck off. Actually bought a tiny trash can. Trash cans are good, though. I just saw something. Hold on. Yeah, it's fine. This is the way around me. Tongue-tied. Moody. This was the other one, I think. You carry me hard. Know what you found. Okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, but it's a little tiny trash can Tim. Trash can Tim. Trash can man. He's a little guy. Just a little guy. Okay, I have confused myself on what I'm doing. I never uploaded the VOD. Fuck me. Oh, that's what I was gonna check. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I need this to go into my spam folder. Spam. Exactly. You have so little fucks to give. Press engine. Okay, go back to this. Oh, right, it was locked for an hour. That's why I couldn't finish the stuff. Right, I forgot. Reset my password. Update this login. Setting new password. Fuck off. Update login. New meta is SFW streaming on the blue site. Yeah, I know that. What the fuck was her name? There was a pretty big like VTuber that did that. That I found very interesting. That like, yeah, that's cool and all, but I don't know. There are some parts of your project that need completing. This is your primary channel or outlet where the majority of your news is published. How do I edit it? You need to add your home country. United States, update details. Okay, can I do this now? The boss cow doesn't need meta. She's got beans. Exactly, bruh. I love you guys. And I don't know. Like, I get it, but... Add my TikTok. Edit. Add channel. My YubTub. Add my YubTub. Is this? Yeah, I think I downloaded everything. Yeah. Is that? Oh, he's just a friend. You got what I need. As you say, she's just a friend. You say she's just a friend. Okay, I need you to like not be in my face for like 5 seconds. Okay. Yeah, receiving communication. Edit. Sure. PC. US. NOA. I don't know what NOA is. They come express. This one. Where is Doe 3? I found an inventory management battle royale. Interesting. That's what I saw. Backpack. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna judge this. I'm a harsh judger. Oh shit, I can't type backpack. Meh. I'm gonna be honest, this is a hard meh for me. I'm gonna be honest, this is a hard meh for me. I might be Asian, but the meh. Meh. Could have made it prettier. Meh. I did. The art style makes me feel the full game will have microtransactions. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. This page is your dashboard. I already did that. Oops. Okay, close. Cool. Should have looked this up. This time. The key should be switch over red until taking this. These. Only the meaning I do everything I list. Have my list of standard research of content and effective marketing right now. So might be funny. How many dudes? Okay. Let me not be distracted by the 10 things that I've opened. How many dudes? How many dudes? A dude builder roguelite where you recruit an army of dudes to fight ridiculous battles? How many dudes does it take to beat up a gorilla? This is just feels like tabs. It's like 2D tabs. Totally accurate battle simulator now? Okay, but the love and Lovecraftian horror. Haley. That's the wrong spelling of that name. Spelling Haley crashes into your apartment. And for low crash landing is also. If you love crafts, the color out of space, and Clark Ashton Smith, the city of singing flame. Boop boop. Solve the puzzles. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So Crash Landing currently has a demo that you can try today, and don't forget to wishlist it to know when it releases this spring. Okay. You're not wrong. Yeah, I'd rather just play tabs, I feel like. Default. Create captions. I think Landfall announced a bundle of unfinished games. Oh yeah, Landfall Archives? Yeah, you're right. That's true. I should play this sometime. Like, have this be a stream where I play their games. I feel like that'd be fun. Anything for my pals, Robots Forever 2. Post game, physics survival, tabs 2017, airships 1 and 2, rectangles, RTS card game. I think it's interesting that they like released this as a free thing that you can try out. Okie dokie. Boop. But don't worry, we are almost done with work for today, and then we can play games and do whatever. Will we do art? Maybe. Maybe. Roll for fun, sucker for love, this one. Demo trailer. I think it's this one. That's the one I want. Oh, it's so bright. Oh, fuck. Oop. I don't like this part. Oh, man. There you go. And then here. And then here. And then scroll up. And then up. And then in. Oh, I see what's happening. I'm just gonna scoot this over here. Let's scoot this over here. And then this goes here. We can make poor decisions, see if you get sucked into something like Warframe League. Kiwi, what have I done? Why don't you like me? Kiwi, why don't you like me anymore? I thought we were friends. Why would you say something like that? Boop, 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 boop. I want to move this. Yeah. Nah, I didn't really ever get into Smite. You can't really get me into Smite. I played Smite. Meh. This one works for me. If Kiwi, if you loved me, you would have said Final Fantasy 14, because that's a game that I have contemplated and talked about in the past. Saying like League, I mean Warframe just, or what was the other one? Oh, we deleted it. I forgot. Oh, the other one I just don't think I'm that interested in. League, it's a game I can't go back to. Too many bad memories. Hi, Bumby. Hi, Star. Do it. One of the flesh VTubers I follow got pulled into it by a couple of VTubers. What are we talking about? Warframe? Warframe's okay. I'd rather play Soulframe though. Sorry, I've been like, you're totally good. Life gets busy. Do what? I don't know. If we're talking about Warframe, I'd rather play Soulframe or try Soulframe when it comes out. If it's Final Fantasy 14, are you gonna pay for my sub? That is my question. Because that is a subscription-based game. And unless you're gonna... Okay, talking about Final Fantasy. Okay, gifts. If you gift me enough subs to pay for a month sub, I'd do it. But I was gonna do it if I become partner this year. So it's like teeter-totter. Also, I'm not as into the story as like everyone else. I had a house at one point. That was nice. Probably don't have a house anymore though. We're gonna try Magic the Gathering Arena. I'd recently... Do you want Pixels to disown me? What's happening here? Do you want Pixels to disown me? Yeah. 1v1 in Smash. If only... Oh, we have a Nintendo Switch, actually. We just don't have Smash. Okie dokie. And then tomorrow I'll do these 2 videos. Don't know if that's what I'll start with. That's what I'll... this one probably I'll do after. Okay. Let's play some demos. I think it's Kingdom Hearts... I feel like it's like Kingdom Hearts where you need to watch 20 hours of lore videos. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm good. Got my work cut out for me this week. Got a full schedule. I believe in you. All right, we're playing Vampire Crawler. That's the one we're starting with, at least. Continue. I'm ready to break my wrist. Well, you know, brace it. Brace it. Don't just hold on, wait. I wasn't ready yet. I wasn't ready yet. I was not ready yet. Wasn't ready yet. Wasn't. Okay. Okay. Come across a bat. Deal a knife damage to it. This shit's loud. Okay. Oh my god, now there's 3 left. Oh my god, it pierces enemies. Hold on, this is a little loud. Okay. Ooh, new game. I'm just trying a few demos. Ooh, pancakes. Combo stack. Play cards in ascending mana cost order for a combo multiplier. Oh, just found out the Battle Sensation where wins meet is free to play. Yeah. This is true. Got a combo. I'm so cool. Wow. This is very interesting. Knife. King Bible. An axe. Deal 45 damage to multiple enemies with a chance enough. King blade and then axe. Oh wait. I only have... Oh shit, I only have two mana. But this is better, right? Because I get the combos. What's that? Deal 10% more damage. I got more mana, chat. Come here, little bit. Come here, little bat. Oh, I guess I should have eaten first. I see this one first. Then this one. Then this one. Oh, I don't have enough mana. Fuck. Okay, 0, 1, 2. Okay, yeah, this one. Then this one. Oh, I killed them. Frick. What's this? Oh shit, it's a bunch of little guys. Nice. Spinach. Oh no, I just saw a landmine. Landmine? Landmine? Where? Let me play the card. Okay, the mouse dragging is a little wonky. Am I not supposed to drag it? Am I just supposed to... I don't know. Santa water! Deals 72 damage, burns enemy. My first PC game ever was Age of Empires 3 has the... Oh! That sounds nostalgic! Thank you, Crawler, but the vampire is in another cough. God damn it. Antonio joins the Crawlers. Okay. Oh, okay. Options and then go with that. Once a thriving... Okay, I don't know. Village? The village of Gorton. Oh, we just played that one. I think we just played that one. So we gotta play this one. Okay. Come here, vampire. Antonio! Spinach!
Yes!
Armor! Whip! Yeah, I think I'm just supposed to click it. Let's do one. Let's do the King Bibble. Oh. Turn. 0, 1, 1. Haha! I know how to game. Let me put this one. Are you gonna do a Kiwi? Or are you gonna play that game for the nostalgia? I gotta go back. Is there any limits to my steps? I don't think so. Oops. Need more levels.
Welcome.
King Bibble! Yeah, boy. Let's try a magic wand. I don't really know how I feel about the movement system. Yeah, okay, so the 20% still applies.
Stronger. I say.
Woo! We shouldn't. Why not? I'm just curious. 2 armor. Yeah, give me that 2 armor. Deal 30 damage. And then we'll do this one. Oops. The hours?
Yes.
That's fair.
Farewell.
It's fair. I don't know if you were looking for a game, but boss fight time. Go, Antonio! Deal 8 whip damage, multiple enemies, and deal 90 damage. This kind of feels like I'm playing Pokemon. Not gonna lie, it feels a little bit like playing.
Attack. Smart.
Free! Here's the big boy bat. This one. Deal 51 damage and an additional 70. Ow. I'm scrolling through the store now. Fair.
To your aid.
That is. Finish. 100 more. Whoop-ah. I win! Oh, what did I dig up? That was a little hard to tell that was a thing. What did I get? Is it a hammer? Gem hammer. Unlock the ability to add gems to cards, find gems in chests, or when leveling up. I feel like the POV is a little close. Oh, it's a double damage. Oh. King Bibble. It's kind of cool. Yeah, let's do armor, whip, and then King Bibble. Down. That one. Ooh. There you go. And tails. There we go. Eat my. Oh wait, I do this first.
You're welcome.
It won't give me the combo, but it'll give me more damage. Armor, King Bibble. Every time I say Bibble, it makes me think of Bibble from the Barbie movie.
To your aid.
Antonio, spinach. Bibble.
I say.
Dude.
Aha.
Yippee! How's your rhythm? Not bad. Because I wonder if you're gonna ask me to play Crypt of the Necrodancer. Cause I have that game.
Attack.
Magic
I
wand.
say.
180 dablet. Pretty good game. So it's gonna plug this shit out of me. Actually, no, it's fine. Oh, keep it. Wow.
You're welcome. Oh, I picked another armor. I wanted another King Bibble. More mana. I will say the movement, the kind of it's a little dark. I'm not gonna lie. Spinach, armor. I saw Rhythm Doctor, but it might be too sweaty. I don't know if I saw that one. I like rhythm games like Farewell.
Project Diva, but I feel like that's like it's there's no games like it really. What am I thinking of?
Stronger.
My brain. What rhythm game did I play that I really
Yes,
enjoyed?
whip it.
What game was it? Fuck, what? Oh, it's like a Nintendo game. Nintendo Rhythm Heaven. I like games like Rhythm Heaven.
Attack. You're welcome.
Thank you, Antonio. I know that one. Yeah, I like that one a lot. Does it reset every time I get hurt? Oh, kind of. Yo, that's actually kind of fire.
To your aid.
Destroy.
I say.
Start.
He's not dead yet, bruh. What the fuck?
Yes.
Die, motherfucker!
Whip it.
I am Atomic. Oh my god, there's a weeb game for that anime I always send. Really? That has a game? Okay, I do 140%
Farewell.
damage. You gotta die. Yeah, there we go. Just cash out. I think that's what the cash out is for. Oh, this level's not over yet. This game is like, I don't know, like it's nice, but I'd rather play Mega Bomb. Looks like a oh really? Interesting. I wonder why they decided to do that. I mean, are there a lot of characters in that one? I feel like you need a lot of characters for that to work. Oh, piss. Have a good time, piss. Cause like, if a gacha has a limited amount of characters, oh, I mean, I guess you could do like outfits and stuff, but like even then, like you can only do so many outfits for a character. What is that message? That's the piss command. It's random. It's random. Ooh, there's a goblin. Wait, what's this guy? Are you a merchant? Oh, I got a level from him. Yeah, it's random. The you piss like, and then the adjective is random, which is fun. It's kind of like the vibe check, but a little bit. And it's a boss, right? Let me grab this guy.
To your
Oh,
aid.
you finish it.
Aha. Start. I say.
That looks like the big boss. I'm gonna do this. God damn, I didn't want to do this.
Farewell.
I think I'd like Vampire Survivors more than this, I think. Because I like seeing, like, running around on a map. And like, seeing all the stuff that you get. Spinach. Spinach. Knife dipper. What's up, thing? I wish it said what, like, it was. Oh, that fucking hurt.
Stronger. Ah. Yes. Whip it.
I'm dead yet? God damn! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
You're welcome.
Should've done spinach first. Hello, Luna! What's going on then? Oh my god, I didn't die. Might increases might stat by 1 area stat. Let's do the might stat. Let's do it for this one. Don't know what that does. Add 10%. Oh, this just takes me to the next level. Fuck. Do I just keep going until I die? Does this work? Spinach. Ow, I'm gonna die.
My strength is your shield, I say.
Need to heal. Give me healing, or give me death. It'll probably be
Start.
just that.
Welcome.
Armor, magic. Oh. one another, Babibble. Oh, you guys hurt.
To your aid.
Armor King Bibble!
Yes, whip it.
Armor spinach.
I say. Farewell.
I wonder what that other boss was. There was like another boss in the last area. Armor Antonio Whip. It's gonna hurt, chat. It's gonna hurt. Armor spin.
Attack.
Ooh, we are not looking hot.
Farewell.
I'm gonna play all button. I'm gonna go around the other. I can like. Okay, that's interesting. I can technically use like the arrow keys. It's a little hard, but I technically can. Oh, it's some health. Okie dokie. Go this way. I'm gonna die. There's like no way in hell I think I'm gonna live this. King of Bibble. I think, yeah. I could live this. I lived. That's fucking crazy. I'm gonna fight the plant. Antonio Whip Bibble. This is gonna hurt. I'm gonna. I didn't die. Holy shit. Spinach. Wand. I have 7 health. Spinach Bibble.
Welcome.
Save me, Bibble. That mantis in the back is very threatening looking. That mantis, I think, is going to wreck my shit. Don't come closer. Don't go away. Night Bibble. Bibble knife. Ow. I died. No! Are you supposed to heal? I feel like you need to be able to heal. Reach level 10, collect 2 mana orbs. Okay. Well, okay, enter the shop. Can I have a power up? Heal 1 per rank after each encounter. Okay. Locus. Oh, and then now I have this lady. She's only 10 gold.
An admirable choice.
Ooh. We'll do one more, I think. Mad Forest, yes. Let's go to the Mad Forest. Okay. Let's fight this thing. Draw 1 card. Interesting. So I guess you could do this one. Do King Bibble. Armor this one. That's interesting. So her stuff is like based on like getting. Uses up stats. Another Bibble. I like that she like can make more cards. There's a question mark over here. What's this question mark? Magic wand, attract orb. Magic wand, triple. I wonder how big the multipliers can go. Spinach would be good. I don't have any available gem slots. I don't feel like I do. Magic wand, attract orb. Magic wand, spinach, triple. I wonder how long the spinach lasts for. Kinda seems like it just stays, but I don't know. Armor,
Powering up.
Mr. Bat. 0.
It is done.
0. I wonder what play all button does.
Our power grows.
Once you tell him add one. Oh, I guess if you didn't care about the order that they went, I wonder if there's like a character where that like is good to do, I guess. We're just playing them all. I guess maybe there might be cards that's like
Perfection.
dependent on maybe like how many cards you play is like damage you do or something. Can I get that gem now? This gem over? Evolution. I made it red and prismatic, bro. That's actually kind of cool. Magic wand deals 150, but now it costs 2. Empty home. Invisible hope. That's fucking sick. Gain 3 health. Destroy. Gain heal every. Do a draw card. Let's do that. Then it's free. It's free. 0.
Okay, I helped.
And then invisible hope. Send your best wishes for my nephew. He got into some. I hope your nephew is okay. I'm sorry that he got into this world now. Poor little duder. Hopefully okay. You're just probably gonna feel like doo-doo is bonkers for like a day. Hopefully he has nowhere to be tomorrow. Or tonight, I guess. It could go away tonight. Look, wait, I want to see what that did. Tax oh, splash damage. He seems to be doing better after getting it out. That's good. Poor little guy. Poor little dude. I'm gonna go this way, cause magic wand, attract orb. This one, this one, this one, this one. If I end the turn with 2, does it refresh? It looks like it refreshed. Oh, I guess it refreshed because it ended, huh? Empty Tom, magic wand, big bowl. This way, this way, this way. Finish one. Attract or draw one whole hard gain. Let's do spinach. Should probably grab some health cards though, instead of becoming a glass cannon like I always do like glass cannon stuff, I feel like. So now I have 3. It'll give me, oh, okay. I don't know if that technically did.
Yes.
Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Holy wand! Yeah. Yeah. What they gonna do?
Okay, I helped.
Attract orb. Digitone magic. Kind of hurting my feelings. Zero spinach quinoa. Digitone magic one whipple. One more mana. Fuck yes. Give me all the mana. Spinach, spinach, spinach. I think maybe it resets every time.
Our power grows.
Now, will I have 5 on the next turn? I have 4. Okay.
Smart.
That holy wand is so strong! It had 4 armor. Yeah. Straight. Oh. I'm a little strong right now. I feel like most wizards, like wizard-based characters, are pretty strong when you play them. Comparatively to like melee characters.
Yes.
Spinach. Yeah. Let's do armor. And then can I end the... Oh, so I don't have to use it, I guess.
Need you look? It is done.
This one, in case it doesn't. Which it didn't. Spinach pickle. Still not good. I did that. No available. Okay, so I can take cash instead of taking a jet. So. That makes sense. There's a boss over here I'm interested that I didn't get to do last time. Golden armor, spinach wand. So then now does that destroy itself now that I used it? It does. Okay. It's not the worst. That's like the only way to heal. Spinach wand. Holy wand. Have you seen the new Epic puppet animation? I don't like Epic as an Epic the musical. Spinach king pickle. Damn, sucks to suck. I have not. Is it any good? I destroyed it. I'm sorry. Spinach. Track or this one. I like penalties, so that's good. This one. Empty tone, door. Spinach golden armor. They already had Hold Her Down, but recently they released it Odysseus. Okay, it's that one. I love that one so much. Oh shit, I didn't.
Smart.
If you want to send me the link, I'll look at it. Shit.
Powering up.
What the fuck? He didn't die? There you go. Oh, so this is just like a chest ball. Evolve. Increase. Evolve. Oh, I can have 2 holy wands? Yeah. Let's see if this works. Rainbow armor. this. Wow, that fucking holy fucking thing is like kind of just killing shit. Thank you, Kiwi. I'll watch it after this. Mouse, 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 mouse. Mouse is lagging. Mouse, 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 mouse. Please stop lagging. Okay.
Okay, I hit.
There's a second one. Thank you. I will.
Gentlemen safe.
Zero this one.
Perfection.
I'm down on health now. Holy Wand cleans them right up. Shit. This way? Yeah. So,
Vtuber. Powering up.
damn, look at all that. Look at all that. Fucking, it's a clean,
is
fucking
done.
sweep, dog. I have 12 armor now. Fuck yes. Fuck, full armor. Do spinach. So the witch can't really like use gems as much as I feel like the other guy can. Easy clap, easy clap. Ooh. Spinach. Hi, Happy! How is work? Or how is work?
Power goes.
King Bibble! Okay, now we do the boss. Rainbow armor, spinach king Bibble. Could have done that a little different of an order, but it's okay. Holy wand. Golden armor, attract orb. If there's nothing good, draw one. What armor? This one. Don't worry, zombie. Once you get a taste of my holy, my holy wand, bruh. Are you winning? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. How is he not dead? Bro, how is he not dead? Die! He died. Give me rainbow armor, bro. What will this give me? Hit twice as hard. I should have didn't draw a card then. 'Cause this one I feel like does very well with like drawing extra cards. Okay. Oh shit! I was gonna be like, wait, let's watch the animation, but I couldn't. We will watch it after I fight these guys. God damn! They just took all my armor. See, look, my holy wand just sweeps through them. Zero spin. Can't be my holy wand. Swoop this way. I don't think they have. That's what we use. 0, 0. 2, 0. 1, 2. Me and 4 other car workers put like 45 lead blankets in the high radiation, and now we're just chilling. Why you had to put up so many blankies? I think that's all the work we have to do today. Oh, are they like big blankets? What are they for? This is just all. I have 25 fucking armor. Let's fucking go. I didn't. Holy wand! Get fucked on. This Okay, wait. No. We'll watch the thing really quick. Pause. Turn this off. Okay. We will watch this thing. Okay. This is the first one. Oh, this one. Oh, this. They're like three by one and full of lead and lead block. Damn. That sounds like a lot. That's a heavy.
Screw this competition. We've been here for hours. None of us can string this. We don't have the power. Screw this damn challenge. No more delays. Can't you guys see we're being played? This is how they hold us down while the throne gets cold.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Hold us down while we slowly age. Hold us down while the boy gets bolder. Where in the hell is our pride and our rage?
This one made the new one. It's just as good, if not better. I'm interested. Because as a 3D artist, I can say I could see where they could use just a little bit of work, but you know, I'm not an animator, so.
Haven't you noticed who's missing? Don't you know the prince?
So we hung them up double thick and covered up the radioactive components so people working there don't get as much. Oh, that's nice of you. Do you guys like wear protective gear so that way you guys don't get like as fucked as well?
When he docks his ship, we can breach it. Let us leave now today.
Enough animation to this? Makes sense. It makes sense then why they did like wooden puppets, because their movement would be very similar to like animatronics.
His pride, his trust, his faith, and his bones. Into tiny pieces in the great below. When the crown wonders where the prince is, only the ocean and I will know. And when the deed is done, the queen will have no one to stop us from breaking her bedroom door, stop us from taking her love and more. And then we'll hold her down while the gate is open. Hold her down while I get a taste. Hold her down.
Well, that was interesting. Freak Puppet Man, yeah.
I will not let any part go to waste.
I realize how loud this is.
Now there's a chance for action.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was so loud. My only critique is please get a hold of your roughness, man. Some things are a bit shiny in my opinion, but it's really cool. Like this, the shininess on the bases is, but there were like sometimes the wooden puppet is like, stiff, and then sometimes it's, or like is matte, and then sometimes it's not. I wish it was just the same across the whole thing. All right, I'll watch the new one too.
20 years I've suffered every punishment and pain from the wrath of gods and monsters.
Someone pointed out to me that during the sweeping shot of the pots near the end, you can see Odysseus grabbing the bow. Oh, that's cool. That's nice, because you can hear Odysseus in that song at the end.
Worst of all, I hear you dare to touch my wife and hurt my boy. I have had enough.
I will say I feel like this one, this is just the beginning of it, but I feel like they got the roughness of this one a bit more cohesive across all of them. Makes me happy. Yeah, I think they got the Yeah, because like the eyes have glossiness and are super shiny, but like the rest of the bodies are like matte, like how a wood doll would be, and it makes me happy.
Where is he? Where? Keep your head down. He's aiming for the torches. Our weapons. They're missing. He's using the darkness to hide his approaches. We're empty-handed, up against an archer. Our only chance is to.
This is very interesting.
We know these odds. The odds can't be tilted.
You don't think I know my own palace? I built it.
That was fucking sick. I like that. Though I think I wish more that he broke at the joints and instead of getting slashed. Oh no, it's a little shiny again. It's okay. It's okay. I'm being critical, but it's really good. I also wonder why or like when they choose to animate the mouth more or when they choose to do more nutcracker like movements.
Damn, he's more cunning than I assumed. While we were busy plotting, he hid our weapons inside this room.
I find it hard to believe that the sharpest of kings left his armory unlocked.
So what? Now that we have armed ourselves, let's make the bastard rot.
Love that. It's a good transition.
Throw down those weapons, and I ensure you'll be spared. After seeing what the king will do to us, we wouldn't dare. I don't want to hurt you, but trust me, I've come prepared. Your very presence is doomed the king, young prince. We don't fight fair. Stop! Brothers, we got company, and he's made a grave mistake. Left the weapons room.
What are you watching? We're watching a 3D animation of an Epic the Musical song. I like that he cracked his hand back into place. Did you turn it up? Turn it up, bruh. That's how loud my music is. I put it up a little bit higher. I put in a lot. They did. And I can appreciate that. Like I really like the vase projections. I kind of wish there was more animation on the vases. A little bit of an echo from you? Echo? What are you talking about, Echo? Huh? What? Having him hide in the background of the figures during the pod scene is really creative use of frame. Hello, Lane. Hello. Yeah, I don't know where the echo's coming from. That's fucking sick. I'm not pausing anymore.
Mercy.
I don't think they needed to do the outline effect on him on that. Ooh, I like this perspective.
My family's fate is left unknown. You plotted to kill my son.
Oh no.
You planned to rape my wife. All of you are going to die.
Yeah, I get why they tore him, but I wish it was like a ball and socket tear, you know?
Who've done me wrong. This will be your fate.
Yo, that's sick. The puppy just eating. The puppy's like, this is. They put work into that last shot. This shot right here, dude. Ooh, they did like post-processing on it, dude. Wait, hold on. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. They did post-processing on the hair so you can get more of the highlights, a little more of that rim light in the eyes, a spark in his eye right there. That shit fucking ooh. 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 dude, this frame's really good. I like this frame a lot. Figured out somehow Twitch was coming through my mic too. Damn, it's crazy. I was gonna say, I have spent too much time on audio today for me to be echoing. The hair on the right especially looks like it's drawn in charcoal. Yeah, they put more emphasis on doing more of like a cell shaded look here, which I think is really nice. Like this frame is just all around like really good. I like it a lot. I like that they did this like post processing on it. Very painterly, yes.
In a moment, go. Go. Tell your mother I'm home. I'll be there in a moment. Of course. Show yourself. I know you're watching me. Show yourself. You were never one for hellos.
Damn those feathers. Damn that helmet. Oh, cause it's a person. Oh.
If that world exists, it's far away from here. It's one I'll have to miss.
There are layers to meanings to this. You have to explain this to me. The fact that the god is depicted as the only human among the world of puppets. Oh, I see. I see. It was a bit jarring to me at first, to be honest, because like all of her owls are still like wooden. Yeah, that's Athena. Yeah, I figured that was Athena. It was just jarring to see her as a human. Like, I understand now why. It's a callback to the artist's hand. It's a callback also to the artist's hand, so the god. Oh, I like it. I do like that. That's actually really good. It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It's actually really cool. They had me for a moment. The blending right here is like good. Like I figured that they probably did some post-processing here too to make it look like it fits in the world a bit more. My only request then, understanding why they made her human, my only request is that she's bigger. Like, I wish she was bigger, you know, to, like, really emphasize, like, if she's gonna be jarring, let her be jarring. Let her be a real person. But make her bigger, you know? Make her more grandiose, I feel like would have been my only comment.
If that world exists.
Because then, like, her being bigger. Wait, go back to the first time she appears. Please go back to the first time, okay. I think she appears. The first time she appears is when he went the boy. I mean, in that scene, oh. Okay.
I know.
It makes sense if Odysseus and Telemachus were more human than the other puppets since they are part god. I don't think they have that. I don't think they have that at the very least. There she is. I can kind of tell she's floating, but that's not the point.
You were never one for hellos. I can't help but wonder what this world could be.
But yeah, my only thing was like I wish she was bigger. I think that also would like help induce the like puppet versus creator sort of like a puppeteer sort of like relationship between the two. Also, I just liked it. Let's remember Elaine likes big ladies. That's not the point, dog. Do you not see the vision, bro? I'm sad now. There was a vision. There's a vision. Was gonna say if she was in the S pose, it would have been a callback to the. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Maybe it was like a light thing. What the fuck? Bombastic side eye. On God, for real, because like, I just wanted it to be domineering. The vision is chef's kiss. I don't believe that you believe in the vision anymore. We were doing that. Just cause I wanted the lady. I'm a gooner with taste. Kiwi, I'm not going back to my previous conversation about this. We are the Milk Club is made of tasteful, respectful people that understand that gooning has a place here and there, but not all the time here. I'd have a whole conversation with my therapist about this. Okay, I'm gonna finish this run. That was really good. Thank you for sharing it with me. Spinach dribble, holy. Get fucking obliterated. How's that chest over there? Give me the cash. I die. Oh, I won't die. Fucking. Oh, I should have done that. 0, 2. Seems like they kind of set it up in order.
To your aid.
Hollow heart. I need health. I wish if you use the keyboard, you face whichever way the keyboard is going.
Yes.
0, 2, 2. Zero, 1, 1. Like does so well. Ow!
Smart, I say. It is done.
The voice of the wizard reminds me of somebody, and I don't remember. Yippee! I might die to this, actually. Unless the Holy Wand nukes him! Ooh. Ooh. King Bibble. I kind of need to stack up on them shields, my guy. If we could stack up on some shields, that would be great. And now they're all gone. So it looks like I don't keep my shield, which is kind of unfortunate. I get why you would, and I think I might die on the same level. Okay, magic is.
Made you look perfection.
This is gonna hurt. 0, 1, 2. Yippee! Ow. 0, 1, 2. Woohoo! I think I just gotta fight this plant. Attract orb. Oh no, this is gonna hurt. Oh shit. Okay. 1, 2, 9. Please. 1, 2, 2. 1, 1, 2. Please, another holy wand, please. Please, and more armor. Please and thank you. Armor, magic wand, bibble, spinach. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Okay. 0, 1, 2. Nuke him! Yeah. 0, 1, 1. No, I died. Fuck. Discovered holy one. A return gem. Interesting. Oh, I guess that would return it to your hand. That makes sense. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. I like it. I like it. I'd like to leave the game now. How do I quit the game? Exit to menu. Yes. Very cool. This was cool. I am going to go to the bathroom really quick because I really gotta go pee. And then we will play more. So I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna play some more games and I hope you will join me. But I will be right back. speed drank my advanced GG in the first few hours, which you can get yourself for 10% off if you use code milkcgg at checkout with any order. And the more orders we get, the more likely we'll get our own cup. All right, we gotta change the category again. Okay, let's do Outbound. That was suggested by Kiwi, and then we'll do Only Lead Can Stop Them. Thank you. Oh, you applied because I remember. Thank you. 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 This weekend, actually Friday, we'll be playing the part 2 of Bite Night, which I'm excited about. All right. Okay. This is quiet. New boombox. Default. Okay, this is cute. Okay, play. Start a new journey. Training my typing speed with a typing bullet hell. What kind of typing bullet hell? Milk. Sorry. Not available. Oh, okay. Oh, the big one? Okay, classic. Okay. Oh my god, my eyeball itches. Autism main color. I want to be blue. It's called Glyphica. The demo has an endless mode. Ooh, bet. I like typing games from when I was in school. Accent color. I like the accent color. We'll do that. Autism. Body shape. Female. Okay, sure. Hairstyle. I feel like I gotta move this water bottle because it's like in my face. Hairstyle. Bet you $10 they don't got a long ass braid like me. Nah. We'll do. I'll do this one. Color. Facial features. Create. Oh, I didn't scroll down. That's okay. Day 1. Ooh, ooh. I like the texture on the road. Oh God.
I drove until the gray of the city faded from my mirrors.
Can't see the city in my mirrors.
Now, the open road and this camper van are all I call home.
This car's kind of loud.
To start my adventure.
It's pretty. Drives off the edge of the road. Let me just, Can I do that? Oh, I can't. Find a nice spot and stop and exit your... Oh, okay. I guess it's probably the nice spot. Oh, boo! Oh, God. Why can't I, what's this? I need Everwood.
Oh, some useful supplies.
Got wood. Would have been hilarious. Timing, it would have. I lit the fire.
Hello, Mario.
Hey. Find 3 more camps. Oh, hello? Oh! Oh my god, Vex, you scared the shit out of me. I thought there was someone in this game. This is kind of... So the last thing I have, my beautiful van. What is this? E-storage. Oh, okay. Wish I could click escape because my kind of keyboard doesn't
Ready to roll.
Alright, so I gotta find more campsites. So I think I could just probably just... Okay, listen, I understand it's supposed to be a cozy game, but I really wish I could just...
This barrier
You know, wrench?
Let me see if I can make.
Hi, Buster. Saw you in here a little earlier. How you doing? Oh, these are things I need. Is there a wrench around here? Love you too. T. What is this? No downloads available. Craft a workbench? The UI's cute. Oh, crafting. What do I craft a workbench? Craft a workbench at your vehicle. Oh, at my vehicle. I went to San Diego. How's San Diego? Not gonna lie, this class is really getting under my skin. Which one? What's the matter? What happened? What happened, friend? I need a wrench. Craft. Dead by Daylight mechanics. I like it. I want. Oops, I don't have more wood. Okay. Okay. I got a wrench. It was good. I'm glad. Okay, I did it. Co-op has now been unlocked. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, how much can you do in this game with co-op? Like, I understand it'd be fun, but I feel like this is just very slow going. You don't really need another person, I guess. Alright, let's go. Just got very mundane kind of quickly, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I get it, but they could have put more trees there, I feel like. No, that's not the place. Let's see, camping, okay. Alright, okay.
Perfect spot to set up camp.
Set up camp, bro. We just, like, went to 2 different places. Pick up all of it. And I got more wood. There we go. 2 out of 80? 2 out of 80? Was I supposed to put out the last campfire? Is this one, is the motion design? It's because it feels very low effort put together, like due to using YouTube videos that aren't his. And then discussion topics are not organized, nor are the assignments. Like, stuff we talked about in Module 4 are now being mentioned in Module 7 type of thing. Also, the directions are not clear sometimes. Meanwhile, we aren't. I'll kick his ass. When would you like me to kick his ass? I can do that for you. How do I keep sitting in, like, the not good spot? Ooh, can I pick this wood up? Yes, I can. Ew. The frame rate's a little choppy. Do you see this? Do you see this? This is a little choppy. I'm just gonna... A very pretty game, but why is my FPS dipping? My FPS should not be dipping in a game like this. That's all I'm saying. Or my FPS shouldn't be, like... Tomorrow after this being behind the school benches. I got you. No, I got you. I got... What? Okay, it can't be my button at this point. Is it my button? Why can't I close it? Hello? Game? I'll beat him up. Don't worry. I got you. I'll go. I can't. Why can't I? Okay. I think the game's very pretty, and I bet it'll be very cool, but, the fact that my frame rate kind of dropped is kind of crazy. It's one of those things where I'm like, I can't believe I had $800 for this class. On God! That's fair. That's fucking fair. What's the other game we're playing? Because, like, you spend so much money, and then they just kind of lead you along. Not really... Like, I don't know. I feel like some teachers, they just want the pay. They just want the pay. That's all they want. Only lead can stop. Okay, there we go. There we go. Only lead can stop them. I am gonna grab the... Oh, fuck, it changed back. I feel like my stream categories are not changing the way I want them to. Lid. Okay. I clicked it twice. Clicked done twice, so hopefully it'll be good. Vampire Survivors Crawler. Steam DB. I don't know, teachers like that I think are the reason, honestly, in my opinion, why like teachers kind of get a bad rep. Save image as. I'm just gonna put this on this one so I can have it for the thingy for my. How the fuck am I calling it? My thumbnail for this VOD. CD games only like in something. Some people have experienced problems with nausea from rapid movement, controlling the graphic can help the issue. Okay. I want the audio to be less than. I think standard's fine. Okay, this is the only trailer I've seen like this. Almost zero effort. That's fair. And that's a good thing. Start new game. Agree. I want to be this one. I want to be on normal levels. Oh shit, it's like Doom. I like that I can play as a lady. How do I open this door? How do I open the door? Oh, it's spacebar. Hello? Ow, 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 oh shit! Oh my god, I picked up a pistol. Oh my god, this is hard. I died. Hacha! Ow. Okay. 2 bullets. That's all it takes is 2 bullets. There's a dog. Oh! 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 The fact that I can't move my pointer is kind of crazy. I think I'm bad at this, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. How am I supposed to heal? Okay, I got him. There's that dog. Okay. Shit, that dog coming! That dog coming! I don't look like no dog! I feel like I don't know how to aim because it's something in the middle of the screen. Oh! I have no health. I need more health. Oh no. Lack of aiming up and down will throw you off. You can change it in the settings. Can you? That's the map. Oh. How do I get to the settings? Okay, well, I don't. Does my escape key broken? Okay, there we go. My escape key is being a bitch. Options. Vertical mouse look. Lurking, I get motion sick with games. No problem. Oh, there we go. Okay, okay, okay. This round will be super good. Headshot! See, I'm so much better now. My pistol's not reaching. Ow. No, the dog! The dog! I'm so good at this now. Give me all the ammo. I'm not going up there yet. What's this? Ow. I suck. Is this? Can this have health in it? Oh my god. Oh my god! Picked up Serrano ham. What is this? What is this? Ew, what the oh! I died. I wish I was more OP. Oh, space. Wah. I wish I was good at this. Oh, I forgot they come from behind! Ow. Lane, did you stab them in the butt? I did stab. I did stab them in the butt. Ow, 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 ow! What the fuck? That was unfair. I thought I killed them. Alright, one more time. Haha. Ow. Oh, there's a guy up there. Ow. Headshot. I want your gun. Give me your gun. Give me your gun. My gun sucks. Is there any health around here? I guess I have a shotgun now? I think? Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Okay, the Serrano ham heals you. That's just rude. Well, you know what's rude? Them shooting at me before I was ready for them to shoot at me. Alright. Ow, what the fuck? Okay, so the 2D boxes. How do I dodge? I feel like I should be able to dodge. There's a dog. Ow, ow. Oh, fuck, I forgot about the second dog. Ham. Wizard! You know what's ruder? Being fascist. True! Wait, is that what these guys are? I don't think I shot them again. Headshot. Can I get another one? What the fuck? Where am I getting shot from that time? Dog. Headshots. See, I'm getting so many headshots now. I thought they were mailmen. On God. Loki. But they're fascist mailmen, you know? Oh, I'm hurt. Hurt now. These places are in the Spanish Civil War. They were Francoist. Fair. What the fuck did I just get hurt from? Flask of Orugia? Oh shit, what the fuck? Get out of here, motherfucker. What a different weapon. I don't want this weapon anymore. Go in here. Need silver key. Can I go in there? Ow, why did that hurt me? Is it like a syringe? Oh, dog! Dog! I'm panicking! Yeah, please. Picked up a fuel. Got the silver key. And I got ham. Got health. Ooh, oranges are like a health boost. This is the... Yeah. Most people don't know that Spain went fascist because they were neutral during World War II and NATO during... Interesting. I didn't know that. Want all the oranges. Okay. I'm not fighting that wizard, I'll tell you what. Ah, what the fuck? Oh! What is this? Conviction gives a higher resistance to all the pain. The enemy tries to inflict. Conviction is increased by killing enemies and avoiding damage. Also, bulk cigars and hard liquors give strong boost. If your conviction gets high enough, you can start a state of fury. Okay. Open by switch. You got nothing. Oh my god, he was on the toilet! Oh god, I feel bad. I know he was on the toilet. Oh god, I gotta reload! I did it. I'm not looking so hot, Batman. I don't feel so good. Woo! What the fuck? There's a wizard out there! Dang, imagine most embarrassing death ever. Oh god. Okay, I'm not going outside yet. No, fuck that. Oh my god, there's a wizard in here! I'm in a state of fury! Oh my god, the dog! Oh my god, the wizard! Hello? Die. I'm no longer in a state of fury. I don't know why, but this game, maybe it's just me, but I often like jumping in games. This is a very British way to say I'm mad. What? What's a very British way to say I'm mad? What is this fuel canister? What is this? Do anything? Oh, I guess I just press space, not shoot it. They're burning the books. Chat, they're burning the books. I picked up a shotgun! Yippee! Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh my god. Oh god! I like this shotgun. I'm in a state of fury. Oh. There. Oh. Listen, that's what they called it. They called it a state of fury. I'm gonna lie, this is giving me a little bit of motion sickness, but I'm gonna power through because it gave me a shotgun. Like the golden key. I don't know what the gold key is for, but it's for something. I can deal with those wizards now on the other side because I have a shotgun. What more could you need in the world of this? Wait. Did I go this way? Oh, this is what the gold key is for. I don't want to go down there yet. That seems like a big thing. Go back. I go deal with the wizards. Ow. Oh, I forgot about that guy. Dead now. 2 dogs. Serrano ham. Ha, wizards ain't shit now, huh? Ow. Whoa. Ow, 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 ow. Where's my shotgun? Alright, I cast buckshot. Exactly. This ain't shit now that I got this shotgun. I feel like I'm missing a weapon. So I have 1, 4, and 6. It's fine. I only want a shotgun. Oh. Oh no! I missed a secret! I keep my shotgun. Yippee. Ew, no. My shotgun. Hold on. No, where's my shotgun? That's that one. Yeah, my shotgun. I like shotgun. This is not my shotgun! Am I out of shotgun shells? Oh, I am. What am I getting? Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, ham. I need the ham. What's this? It's a secret. A secret has been revealed. Do I have more shotgun ammo? I do now. Oh. Suck my dick, bitch. Okay, I will have the map, but I don't miss any secrets. A dog. dogs behind this door? Need a silver key. Dogs behind that door. Why have I not gone? I guess I didn't go this way. I didn't finish going this way, I guess. They ain't nothing. Now that ow, ow! Now I have a shotgun. Silver key. There we go. Go. Alright, time to face some dogs. Some dogs. We only have 18 shotgun bullets left. Sorry, puppy. Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god, what's up with that dog? Okay, nothing up here. Ain't so scary now, huh? Yeah. I like shooting them in the back. There's skateboard ramps here. These are the latrines, I bet. Oh, there's an upper floor. A door opens somewhere. I feel like I might have missed that previously. Okay, my eyes are starting to blend all the pixels together. My eyes are getting a little confused. I will beat this and then I will move on to something else. I don't know what that something else will be though. Ah, doggy! My eyes are blurring everything together. I can't see. I need more ham to make my bones real strong. What is this gun? I picked up a rifle? Ooh. Ooh. Button. Oh my god. I like my shotgun more, but they didn't give me enough shotgun shells. I need health. There's some health. Ow, I suck. Ow, okay. I would like more shotgun shells, please. I'm not very patient of a shooter, you know, like, honestly, rifle, very cool. Very peak, but like I cannot shoot with this. I'm very piss poor. Big map. God damn it, a big map. What you doing in that corner? Oh, I missed! Oh my god, I missed! Oh my god, I missed! It's not looking good for our heroes, chat. Oh shit. I missed again. No, I didn't. Dog? Where's the dog? I hear a dog. Give me that Serrano ham! What chocolate bar? Where am I going? Oh shit. I go this way? Where am I going? So, prison? I'm trying to get out of prison? Wait, oh, that's just something. It's a locked door? I need a gold key. Is there a gold key around here? Oh my god. What's this? Also need a gold key? Okay, now I'm on the inside. Ow, 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 ow. What the fuck are you doing in there, dog? Oh, actual dog. Loot. Any loot around here? There's a button. What does this do? Bam. Is that some health? What is this? Oh my god! Very cool. I like that. That was fun. If I didn't get motion sick because of, like, the movement, I think I'd like it a lot more. But it was very cool. Thank you for suggesting this, Vex. Woo! Alright, what are we gonna do now? What do I want to do now? Any other next face games I want to try? Charts. I have been resting as one should. I am EP. Oh, you should get some sleep then. You should get some sleep then. I'm glad that you've been resting though. You should rest if you are tired. Oh my god, it's like a moving tower defense game. The tower moves. Hosey? Oh, it's this game. It's the game where it's kind of like, what's it fucking called? It's like, Unpacking, but 3D. Everything crap. Waking up at 2:30 to get ready for work, then a 10-hour shift makes 1 EP. Yeah, I can believe that. That's for a fact. Well, I hope, you know, if you get some rest, then it's good rejuvenating rest. Anime Shop Simulator? This has a whole ass animation. Oh, but the 3D art in it isn't that great. Don't panic, it's just turbulence. I don't know if I want to play anything else. Shifts at midnight. Reminds me of Hellmart. Let's build a dungeon. Add to wish list. I don't know if there's anything else I want to play. That, like, we don't have, I guess. Farm to table. What's this? A farming and restaurant management sim with building elements. Grow in a backyard to cook and serve. Discover new recipes by exploring ingredients on the island. Gather fish, raise animals, and produce machines. Produce with machines. Manage resources. Hire staff. Grow your organic into a 5-star restaurant. This seems like a fun offline game. I'm gonna add this to my wish list. Haunted Heist. And more co-op games. More co-op games. Very cool. When is Kiora coming out? That's my question. I want Kiora to come out. I should play. Oh, Scriptorium. I should play some music while I look at this stuff. Digger. A woman simulator. Oh my god. Innovative. Blossom Battle Plan. Shantytown. Ranger Path National Park Simulator. This better have some cryptid ass shit in it. Croak on the train. I saw that and laughed too hard. The woman simulator one, that's fair. I hope it's made by women. Dig, die. Oh, Scritchy Scratchy. It's Gamba, bro. Oh my fucking god. It's a scratch ticket simulator. That's fucking awesome. I watched a Papa Me video about scratch tickets. I'm very curious how the House Flipper remastered edition is gonna be, because like they did House Flipper 2, so I don't really understand. Oh, Super Meat Boy 3D. Add that to my wish list. Collector's Cove. This is cool. Oh my god, it's like Farming Sim One Piece. It's Farming Sim One Piece. You get a boat. It's Farming Sim One Piece. Let's fucking go. Oh, Moomin Trail. Oh my god. Moomin's getting a game? Bird watching. And Kobini. We played that one. MMO 98. That's crazy. Kind of reminds me of Raft and Pokemon too. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, I saw a TikTok for Thrifty Business, I think. Feel like. Gotcha Capsule Shop Simulator, bro. That's fucking insane. Truck full. Gonna get better. Some of you may die. Deliver the. Oh, dude, deliver. This one might be funny. Crimson Oath, Darwin's Paradox, Beyond Words. I like that there's been more like Scrabble type games coming out. I've been noticing. I think that's kind of cool. Get off my screen. Black Jacket, Heart of the Booker. Don't complain. Prime Monster, Gloomvale. This looks cute. I like that one. Weed Supermarket Simulator. That's fucking awesome. That's awesome. Voodoo Fishing. I like this. This looks interesting. It just fish. I think that's cool. Can you still do the demo for Blade Song? Blade Song? I can look. 1 second. Let me get to the bottom of this list and then I'll check. Among the Trolls. Interesting. Okay. Blade Song. What is this game about? Oh, this is the sword building game. Bro, I'd rather just make... I'm gonna be real with you. I'd rather just make a sword in 3D. I'd rather just make a sword in Maya. Speaking of Maya, that's what we're gonna do. Thank you, Kiwi. Holy shit. We're good now. I know what we're doing now. Speaking of 3D art, which means that's okay. I'm downloading demo. Yeah, you let me know how it is because I'd rather make a sword in 3D. Hello, Moon. But I will. I think it's time to do some art. Oh yes, I must sign back into my account. Where's my phone? It's in my pocket. Thank you for the hug. How you doing? How was your day? Was your day okay? Where's my Steam? My Steam. Okay. Poppy playtime, bruh. Poppy's playtime. Done. Alright, cool. Obey the voice. That looks very scary. Okay. I need to turn down my light. My light is too bright. Ooh. Oh, hi! Hello. Welcome on in. How you doing, Dad? Welcome. Welcome. Wanna have a good night? My favorite cow. I'm your favorite cow. Aw, well, good night. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for popping in before you went to beddy. Bye. Appreciate you. It's like Dark Souls-esque audio. Interesting. I made a big bowl of rice for breakfast and I didn't finish it. I'm sad. Yippee! That's a cute emote. Shit, I gotta turn that on there. Sign in. I gotta work on this eventually. But we can't work on this without our background being good. So, let's work on it. I don't know. I don't think there... Actually, I don't think there was any more modeling we had to do, I think. Right, yeah. It's just like texturing at this point, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like deciding if I want to set it up in Unreal or not. I don't think I do. I don't think. I have an hour. I mean, it'd be pretty to see how it kind of looks, no? It kind of be pretty to see how it looks. Yeah, okay. Do I want to do the poop? Where did I put that? Is that in, it is in here. Ground floor. What? Kind of confused. Where did I export these out last? By date? Elena's a little confused now. Cause I thought I exported everything. Oh, here they are. Unrealized. But this doesn't have a framework. But I'll just put this in here. And then I'll put this up here. Yeah, and then go back over here. Boop. The story mode, there's a story mode and it starts with a thematic way to give you pronouns. Really? How so? I'm just gonna remove these off the PC so I don't forget. Let's do art. Do a new fold. No, this is. It asks us if you're dying. Oh, that is very interesting. Let's put this there. Recent. It's very interesting that it doesn't show my recent project. That's okay. Art, this one. Browse, there we go. And then there's a background options that give you stat boost. That has more stuff than I thought it would. I thought it was just a sword building game. Okay, there you go. And then I want to go to duplicate this one. Save. It's kind of resource heavy though. Oh man. Okay, sucks. Okay. Oh, I want to keep that. I'll keep that. Delete this. Select all descendants. I'm gonna delete. Oh man, that's not how I thought that was gonna go. Makes sense though. Okie dokie. Oh shit, what the fuck? I have the grid on. Whoa, what the fuck? I don't think I've ever had the grid on before. That's cool. Okay, so we're gonna hide this, 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 and this. And all the lights, I guess. And then we're going to do new folder and call it Milk Barn. Them trees, bro. Those I just got from the asset store. Elaine did not want to reinvent the wheel, I'm gonna be honest. It was like a lot of people really like the do not create material. Actually, yeah, don't import. I just didn't want to remake Ghibli leaves. Those individual leaves would be hell on earth to make. It's about procedural generation, so what they probably did is they have a node. So they make a singular node for each bushel, and then they just randomize it. Procedural generation, the GOAT. Sheesh. Okay. My teachers be like, use planes and texturize it like a leaf. That is the most efficient. To be fair, that is the most efficient way to do it. And in your teacher's fairness. Is this... What's the grid? I don't see the... Oh, the grid is... Oh. Okay, no, it's on the grid. The grid is hard as fuck to see. Cries internally, it's okay. Once you're out of school, you won't have to do it ever again. Don't worry. Unless you want to, that is. There we go. I'm gonna try to move all these just up. Not have to move so much of this shit, man. There we go. I'm just gonna do this as a game view. There you go. I'm in a love-hate relationship with you tonight now. That's so fair, though. Okay, well, I'm a bit more interested now that I know there's like a story mode. New folder. Framework. How you get such good lighting? Unreal Engine. It's called Unreal Engine. Sorry, I'm a little hungry. This is Unreal Engine 5. I don't think I need this. Yeah. And then... Oh god, oh god. I'm good. And along with character modeling, looks so good. Yeah, Unreal carries a lot of the lighting, like, just on its own. So it's, like, super nice. Oh my god. Wait, let me go from in here. Yeah, it's, like, too much tree. Do I want this angle of the tree? I kind of like that angle of the tree. And then, well, do I? I like this spot of the tree. Letting someone touch. Yeah, because if this is where this camera's gonna be, I'm gonna have to do it like this. We need this outside one to go up a bit more. I say, but then I look at the sky sphere. The sky sphere should be doing a lot of this work for me, I feel like. So why is it kind of desaturated? Roughness. Mess of color. What is sky day? Is this different? Sky day. Yeah, they have the same texture, so I'm very curious as to why it looks so different, I guess. Ooh, I think I'm taking this chance to 3D model one draft character I showed you a while ago, Wink Wonk, because it could be a 3D model. Also, I can make a pop figure with it. Yeah, definitely. I think you should definitely do that. Enable gravity. I think what I wish in school is that I wish that I took those opportunities to make 3D stuff for myself. I made a D&D character once, but that's kind of like all I did, so I definitely think that like whatever I didn't change anything. Whatever you can do to use outside of school, do it. This does not. Is that the difference? I didn't do anything. I'm using a lot of classes to get my own personal projects done. It's smart. Smart, smart cookie. You're being a smart cookie there. Why is this guy's being stupid? No, that's not what I want. Why? Is it because of the lighting? Okay, one part lighting. Okay, I'll deal with that part later, I guess. I don't really want to deal with that right now. Milk bond. Add folder. Structure test. Boop, boop. Making a bunch of animated trailers from our webcomic? Fuck yeah, that's smart. Invest in your future self. Move here. Alright, now I gotta drag all these in here. Very scared. Should have done this one by one. It's okay. I should have done that one by one. Oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm back. Welcome back. I don't know when you left, but welcome back. It's chugging. It's trying. It's chugging. I should have done this one by one, but I did not. I didn't need to bring in the windows. Fuck. Oh no, that's the glass? No. I don't know what the windows are. Yeah, no, I have a separate one for glass. Yep, I don't know what this one is. And the wood accents? Fuck, I did not need to bring those in either. Oops. I cancel this. I really should have done this one at a time. Olay has made an oopsie, Unreal. Please undo. Please. Oh, fuck. I don't know if I brought in everything or not. Fuck. Okay, let's redo this. Delete. Okay, delete. Okay, new folder. Let's do furniture, because I like the furniture. It's like one of my favorites. Okay. Let's do furniture. Boop. Save all. And then if I take this one and I delete it, can I replace it with the one that we have? This one. Replace references. Yep. And then delete. Actually, it's just The Sims. Yeah, I mean, there's a few, I would say, technical things with it that, like, kind of get a little rough, but pretty much. Place references. Okay. Save. Delete. Furniture. Place. Save. Save. Boop. And then... See, the nice thing about this for me especially is that I already have most of my assets done. Because, like, 3 years ago, I did not. And this would have been, like, 10,000 times more work than it is now. Let's go back to general. Excuse me? Yeah, I like it too. Ah, you bitch. Thank you for the wellness check. I will stretch and drink some water in 2 seconds. You fucking. There we go. There we go. Here are the head pat. I don't have any more water in that cup. Hold on. Get different water. Ugh. Thank you for a good stream, Moore. Almost head to bed now. Hope you have a good rest of your stream. Thank you. Good night. Hope you sleep well. Hope you sleep indubitably well. Oh, I didn't save the culling of this face, I think. Can I do... cull back faces? Cull. There you go. That doesn't exactly fix it. I'll have to re-import that guy. That's fine. I'm just gonna turn that. Oh, wait. Okay. Save. Oh, baby, chainsaw you the treat. Yeah, I like this. This is good. Let's do... Let me turn off some of the lights, actually. Bounce light. Keep that one. Lamp light we can turn off. Lamp made light. Point light 1, 2, 3. That one. This one. We need the sun though. Okay, cool. Save. And then let's do... I forgot what I called them. Furniture VSS one. I think it's this one. This one. Local. A new material instance of specified will be created. Oh, thank you for the wellness check. How you doing, Happy? Hope work is good. A new material instance of the specified basement will be created and set with imported material data. Oh, that actually helps a lot. What's this one? Import. Still watching with sound nearly off, but I hope you're well. I'm doing good. I hope you're good. New shoe and the shoe breaking is kicking my butt. There's a I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better soon. I'm sorry that they're stiff as a motherfucking board. Save. New. Immersion is great. You're welcome. So at least with the story mode, it's less 3D engine and more immersive crafting. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, fuck. There we go. Up. Boop, 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 boop. Think. They all need... the materials. Glowing assets. Huh? Did I not do... I'm a bit curious now. Because that's a little confusing. Cancel. Save. And then delete. And then... fucking glow. Replace. Okay, there we go. Now they glow. Very cool. And then... yeah, okay. Okay, I see how that works now. Let's bring this back in. I have to place this on every single one. If I was smart, I think I probably would have done this in Maya, but it's okay. Can we turn this off, please? There we go. There we go. Thank you, Orwell. I'm just gonna delete all of these, and we're gonna start from 1. I'm gonna scoot it. Alright, there we go. Okay. Cool. Glow VFX. No, that's not what I want. I want this one. I am going to break this for a second. Oh shit! No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What the fuck does the breathing animation? I'm pretty sure it's this guy. Okay, maybe if I just break this for now. Or maybe...
Oh,
hello, happy Tuesday. How was your stream? How was art? How's it going? How's it going? We're currently doing work on my 3D scene currently. I hope you've been doing well. Okay, maybe we can just do this for now. Yeah, it's gonna be bright as fuck, but no. Oh, I can see. Okay. Welcome, Raiders. All those fancy nodes and whatever that spaghetti mystery does. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hello, Gore. How are you? Oh, you know what? I realized something about this mesh that I didn't think about prior. I don't know if it's... Hi, Elaine. Had a fun stream, a bit of background work, and a little doodle. Fun. Fun. Two-sided lighting? No. That might be in the texture then. Yippee! There we go, I fixed it. Fixed it. Oh. Oops. I did an oopsie. Okay, there we go. Gore never does 3D art for us, so this is a treat! Oh my goodness. It might be, you know, it might be a thing that they, you know, work on a lot in their normal life. I don't get to work on 3D art as much anymore in my work life, so I very much enjoy getting to do it on stream. Because it's a hobby now. Like just like you. But don't worry, I don't often do 3D art on my channel. I do a lot of things. Maybe not often of a lot of location. Why isn't it relative? Why are you not relative? You don't feel very relative to the object in which you are being used for, but that, you know what, that's okay. Well, you're trying your best, and that's kind of all that matters right now. You know, me, I'm also trying my best. Okay. I feel like I have to maybe make these smaller. Could you not, please? Thank you. Like, maybe like this big instead. The scene always looks classy and cozy. Thank you. I'm redoing the layout a bit. So, like, we have, like, a second floor, and then we're gonna have a first floor. So, that's kind of, like, the vibe that's going on, right? I should bring in the floor, actually. If I added in the floor, I feel like... so, yeah. So, we made, the full milk club now. So, we have the kind of, like, the area in which we sleep. And then we're going to have, like, a first floor area. And then we have a connected, like, as you can see, there's, like, a connected shop area. And I'm going to have a little shop. I think that's very interesting, at least for a little while. Fair. For my little goldfish brain, I believe you. You know my goldfish brain pretty good. Let me add in the floor. Oh, thank you for the raid. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy, hanging out with me as I, yeah. Yeah. Let me do that instead. I realized that was a bad idea, actually. That was a bad idea. Unless I can apply to all. I don't think I can. Okay, that was a bad idea. But otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us when I wrap my little baby brain. Create new material import. There you go. And then I delete this. I just delete it. And then what I do is I take this guy and then I change his reference to the one that we have. Definitely gotta rest a bit. Maybe back later. No problem. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. I don't know where this fucking material went. Bronze. Door. Furniture. Bruh, where is it? No, know. Where did I put it? Burst. No. It's not. No. Oh, wait, no, it is this one. I'm just dumb. Okay. Save socket. There we go. And then boop, boop. Yeah, that looks good. And then 0, 0, 0. And then a new folder. And then I call this folder the floor. Save. Get me back in there. There we go. Yeah, look at that. That's nice. I quite like this. That shelf is gonna bug the shit out of me until my dying days, but that's okay. Okay, you. I think I wanted this big. So it's 1 point. I'll do that to all of them. Ooh. There you go. Save. Okay. Oh, we can see that this is not really centered on it. That's pretty good. I wonder if I did this, because it's been a while since I worked on this scene. I wonder if I really did this all by hand before. I probably did, to be honest. Again, this location, or I guess the rotation might, nope, it's relative. What the fuck? This doesn't feel very relative, is all I'm gonna say. Feels pretty uniform. Hold on, bro. Okay, there we go. Is this... It's very interesting. There we go. B. Okay, I fixed it. Okay, I see the error in my ways. There we go. Technically, if I was a big brain about this, you know what I would have done? I would have taken this and I would have rotated it in half. So that way, no matter what angle you look at it at, there's a circle. But then there comes this like awkward like moment where you're looking at it from like this angle. Actually, it's still kind of a circle, thanks to... I guess I would have made a... What do you call it? A billboard for that. Or like a camera-facing sprite, I guess. But I didn't. That's okay. To a place much simpler than this. Clashing. The flame and the fashion. Of madness. Of blackness. People never call you back. It unfolds. I find it unfortunate that I didn't make the center, I guess, brighter, because I think that would have matched. It would have made this more seamless. I think, like, with the moon. Because with the moon, this being like this, it makes it a bit more... It feels like less of a seam, but I from the angle that you're going to see it from, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. The airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. Use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. before I got paid. I think. Took a subway. We happened to say relevant. Out of airplanes. I'll go back to the days. Send all the rap games to my mixtape. Swing. Not the day. And my politics. Go ahead, this shit. And then I hear I say, make swishes out of airplanes. Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. I use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. Wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. Use a wish right now. Oh. I kind of don't like that kind of like clips into that like that. So I'm just going to tilt it, bring it back. There we go. Get back here. Definitely not a cop. Just going to turn this off for now. Oh shit, I fucking did 3. Oh. Wait, what? Oh shit. I didn't know it had vertex snapping. I bet that's been in here the whole time. I'm not a cop. Businessman, businessman. Businessman, he's definitely have a gun. Business phone. There we go. Oops. There we go. It was different in UE4 if that makes you feel better. That does make me feel better. Shot. And take a block on their head. Game of flash. Head. I don't know how to change that. Boop. Boop. How do I want to do this? Okay, I think I know how I want to do this. I don't know his name. There you go. Hi, Still Doomed Punk. Welcome on in. Hey, hi. That's the name. My business associates. Oh, let me back in here. Do our lives. A link question. Is there an alternative way to animate cloth on characters without using end cloth to get more of an anime look? Not that I'm aware of. Not that I am aware of. I wonder if it's different. Hold on. Bifrost. You could. I don't know if this is different. It seems like it is. You could look into Maya cloth simulation using what's called Bifrost. It's a different physics simulator than using like N cloth and stuff. I would suggest looking at that. I would also say if it's easier, animate a lower poly version. And then smooth it out afterwards, because then you're not dealing with it as much, and you can check. I don't know if your teacher told you this, but you can check if you want to do like a low poly to a high poly. You just do hold on, this song is it okay? Okay. Is if you have a low poly object and then you press 3 on it in Maya, it'll show you what a high poly, like a smooth version of it, looks like. So you could just animate the low poly and then yeah. So if you want to see how it looks, if you're kind of like, this looks bad, in low poly, press 3 on it and it'll smooth it out, and it kind of can help you see how it will look when it's high poly. And that could like help eliminate that kind of like ick. Thank you, of course. The atmosphere. It's too low, I think. Here we go. Oops. I do need that, but I didn't. That was without my consent. Yeah. Ooh, that is not aligned. There you go. I don't think these ones will matter as much as the ones over here and over here, but I will do them regardless. I want to say I think this is a duplication of this one, but I could be severely wrong, so I'm not going to duplicate it in the way I think, and I'm just going to do it by hand. And place each and every one of these by hand. Because sometimes that's just what a project needs, is that little by hand, one at a time kind of shit, you know? Throws everything out the window. Uh-oh, what happened? Did Maya crash? I realize I should have warned you that Bifrost is very resource heavy. And I apologize if that is what we're throwing the PC out of the window for. Nah, just the frustration of doing things by hand each time. No, that's fair. If you ever get more into 3D, there are things that kind of just become second nature and are super fast, but like at the beginning it is very tedious. Every box, every little piece of things that you make will feel tedious. But sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes it's worth it to draw the strands of hair, so to speak. This way. I think these might need to be smaller. There you go. Okay, bro, there's this one person in class that knew Blender before, and dude made a whole station, train, and castle for his project, and all we had to do was interior, exterior of a single building. I can't be mad at that guy, I'm gonna be honest, because that would have been me, because I knew Maya beforehand before going to college. But, to be honest, he probably used procedural generation, not like AI, but like, Blender has a lot of good automation tools of, like, making, like, segmented things, so, like, trains, like, stations hacks. I mean, kind of, if you want to think about it, honestly, kind of. Because, like, Blender has a lot of, like... What did I duplicate that by accident? I just wanted to save it. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay, there we go. But I mean, kind of, like I said, Blender has a lot of, like, automation tools. Like, you could probably make an entire building in Blender, like a skyscraper building in Blender. Like, 30 seconds? This project looked amazing, though. Apparently, he's making a music video. Damn! If it's a music video, I'm gonna be real with you. If it's a music video, the likeliness that he probably had a procedurally, like, generated, again, not AI, but, like, kind of like the Blender math to kind of, like, make that, because, like, hold on. I feel like this is hard to explain. Blender procedural. Yeah, like, for example, procedural cloth is essentially, like, that's for the textures. Procedural, sci-fi, I guess. Of, like, you just plug in nodes and then it already looks pretty sci-fi, like. God damn it. This is not what I wanted to show. But kind of like this, where, like, you can just kind of use Blender nodes to make things like this. Like this. Like a sci-fi building. Like, it probably like, they probably got the, like, material or node group and then just slap that bad boy on there and call it good. Because, like, Blender's pretty good at that kind of stuff. Like, this stuff is probably just, like, a handful of assets. So, but, yeah. I think Blender is really good for, like, quick mass scale things, in my opinion. Whereas Maya is better for, like, in my opinion, smaller scale, more handcrafted stuff. So if you really want to take the time to, like, for example, animate a fucking book, then I think Maya's better. Hello. What? Okay. Oh, sheep baby. It's all covered up. It's all covered up. I never want to render in Maya ever again. I don't mind modeling with Maya, but it's the rendering that gets me. On God, I don't know anybody that renders in Maya. I think most people just do it in Unreal or Marmoset or Unity, you know, so I get it. Honestly, even Blender, I've had my crack at, like, trying to render in Blender instead of Maya. But I just don't like Blender. Me and Blender, we don't get along. Yet. Maybe someday. If Blender changes its goddamn UI, we can be friends. But until that day happens, it's not seeing a single more second for me unless my job tells me to. Unless I have a nice paying job that tells me to open up Blender, you ain't seeing a single second for me. Alright, I'm almost done with this. Yippee, 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 yippee. Look at that, ain't that nice? And then I realized why I have two variants of this texture, because I randomly selected a bunch of these lights and then I offset the glowing speed of the texture. And I will do that again, just not... Well, I guess I could do it now. You know, harm in doing it now. Give to me. Oh, you're down here. So reconnect you. Yes, reconnect opacity. Save. And then if we bring, I guess I'll bring the framework back. Hello, Norman. Hello, dear. How are you doing today? Yeah, look at that. Yeah, now it glows. Yay! And I'm just gonna grab a few of them. Thank you for the biddies. Oh, are you doing okay? That doesn't look like a very motivated bid. What's the matter? What's going on, buddy? Where's the other halo effect? It's this one. And now they're offset. I think this will be a good example of, like, we're not all glowing at the same pace. I don't even fucking know if you can see that. You can kind of see that. Okay. I think that's kind of the point, though. I don't want it to be too in your face. And then we'll have the angle here that would kind of show off the bottom half. Yeah. Okay, I've just felt nothing. That's understandable. As long as you promise me that you understand that this is something that's gonna come and go for you. Cause like I understand depression hits us all. The lows and the highs, they'll hit us all. But know that like you're loved and that, you know, Elaine's got you. And that no matter what, you know, you'll get through it. We all have highs and lows. If we don't have highs and lows, then we never know when our highs are gonna happen. How did I position this in this? I did it more up. What is wrong with this tree? Do I need bake lighting? Build lighting only. Tree look good here. Why look not good here? It's because of the fucking sun. Is it because of the tree itself? I think it's because of the tree itself. I think that looks fine. My problem is now I'd want the stump of this to be bigger, but that's okay. Okay, and then turn this one on. This is a bigger one. Yeah, it kind of goes in line with the light that's going on here. Cool. And then, did I delete them or did I just turn them off? I just turned them off. Okay. We have this light, which I need to turn off game view again. Okay, so fill light. And then bringing it up and down doesn't change anything now. Okay, cool. Then lamp light, lamp made light, point light. Yes, I remember what those were for. Yeah, this was for this. So let me bring this back online. This one was for this, to bring a little bit more light to the closet. Which I kind of want to Excuse me. I'd like to hide this transition right there. So it's a bit softer. I might make it shorter. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Nah, just a seasonal thing then, because I know winter short days bums me out. Oh, but it's not as simple as having highs and lows. I pretty much only have lows. Even back when I went on a trip, it was the only time I felt okay. Not great, but okay. That's fair. I think when things like that come up, I don't know, so don't take my advice as like solid stone or nothing, but oftentimes when I'm feeling that way, I just try to find happiness in other people around me. If my brain goes, I can't make happiness, I go, okay, well, other people can, so I'm gonna hang out with them. They're making happiness, so I'm gonna I like kind of like if my friends are happy, I'm happy. Working out, being outside, and working on projects has helped me a bit. Not trying to say I've got the answers, but some tips that might be helpful. Yeah, and I think even if we can't say that we have the answer, what the fuck was it? Sorry, what was this light for? Oh, this was for the beanbag chair. Maybe. I'll add it in anyway. Just knowing that like people are here for you, no, but doing major business. That's fair. But you know what? Lucky for you. Lucky for you. We love the shit out of you, dog. And I'm very happy that I get to call you my friend. I am very happy that I get to call you my friend. Give me. And I appreciate you being here. And I appreciate that you're around. And you better stay around because who the fuck am I supposed to meet when I go to conventions? You're one of the people I would like to meet at a convention. So I think that'd be cool as fuck. I'm clicking on the wrong things. Sing along a little fucking louder to a happy song. Can I lock this? I cannot. Okay. That's this one. There we go. There we go. Is this too dark? My brain says no. I think my brain says no, it is not too dark. I need to bring that glass in here. I want to know how that glass looks now. New folder. Glass. And then I'm going to bring in the glass, and then I think I'll call it for today. My brain's a little tired. But we have another full day tomorrow. We have a little more light from the right window since the sun is... Oh, you are right. I think you are right. Okay, give me 1 second. I have to remember stuff. I appreciate it, of course. You're very important to me. And I mean that, Norman. You are important to me. You think I don't remember your guys' names and if you don't come in here every day? Listen, Elaine may be pretty okay a lot of the times and not crazy cuckoo, but 90% of the time, that's not how it works here, bud. I'm a little cuckoo crazy. Replace. I'm a little cuckoo. One could say I may be a little parasocial. One could say that. I don't know if this belongs on this one. Yeah, it does. No, it doesn't. Oh, fuck. I got diagnosed with major depressive disorder a while ago. Meds helped me manage it, but fixing circumstances that caused it was really helped me, which is way easier said than done. Yeah, always fixing the things around you that suck ass is so much harder than just, I'm gonna be honest, than popping a pill and calling it a day. Right? I'm not gonna say no, Star. I'm not gonna say no, but I'd rather be a little parasocial. Goes in comfort, we all grow in pain. I see what's happening here, and it makes me upsetty. But I think everything else is looking pretty good. I just have to redo this. You gotta think of the small things that make you happy too. Like for me, it's boba milk. Yeah, and for me, it's naps. Not a fan of parasocialism. That's fair, but would you not say we are slightly parasocial? Parasocial in a whole is a problem, though. But I love you. Oh my god, I can't see. Oh my god, darkness. Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see. Okay, Jesus Christ. Why are you so thick? Why are you so thick? Oh god. It's such a dark blue. Like the main creepy way. Oh, that's fair. Even her brain is being a dummy. 98%. Yeah, that's fair. We are a minority a lot of the time, to be fair. This is undeniably true. Also, I'm gonna have to re-import this class, so I'm gonna delete this class. Cries. Save. Delete. Okay. If I did end up seeing my friends in your neck of the woods, would Pixel come? Yes. Pixels was my guard dog. He kind of has to come. My dust particles. My dust particles. I need my dust particles to come up a bit more. There we go. Look at those very cute dust particles. Nice. Okay, and then to have more light come in from the side, I'd have to adjust the sun. So I'm gonna save this, and then I'm gonna see about rotating this. Thank you for the pat. Oh, fuck. Shit. I kind of like the dimensionality of this right here. And then almost like the fragility of this right here. But let me grab one more. Pixels find Norman right now. Gets an alert on their phone. Pixels is approaching at a dangerous speed. I don't know what this light is for. I don't know what many of these point lights are for. It's like a white point light. I don't know what this one's for. Okay, I'm just gonna grab the one that's right here. Game view. Attenuation rate. Ooh, that's fine. Oh, not that. Barn door angle. There we go. But I kind of want it to bounce just a little bit more back. Like here. So width and then height. Yeah, there you go. It's like that Markiplier meme of the commissioning meme, but it's just pixels. Shit, no, I like this. Oh, fuck. I like the sun kind of being on the bed. Yeah, I kind of like this angle. But we're not getting enough from this side. But then if I add more on that side, I think this is just gonna have to be how it is, I think. Yeah. File, save all. Pixel becoming faster than the SR71 Blackbird. Damn! I think Pixel's fast. I mean, Pixel's is fast because he's got long legs, but damn. God damn, Pixel military grade now. FNU. And I'm just going to... Let me look at the glass. Keyboard? Cruising speed of a Mach 3.2. That sounds really fucking fast. This guy. Is it because he's so I don't know. UV editor. Fuck off. Fuck. Nope. Nope. Yep. Okay. There you go. These are all fucking fine, bruh. What is the issue here? I mean, other than... Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. Thank you for the wellness check. And the head pap.
No, this is Patrick.
No, this man. I thought it was gonna be his mayonnaise and instrument. That was kind of on. That was kind of a good. You know what we didn't do today? Real quick before we end the stream, I'm gonna do food guesser. You know what we didn't? That was kind of a good voice act, by the way. What the fuck is this? Is this cheese? Fucking France. France is a place of cheese. It borders France. It's cheese, apparently. What's east of France? Good question. What the fuck is that? Ew. Brother, ew. Is it Switzerland? Is it Switzerland? I feel like it could be a Switzerland thing. Germany. Fuck! What do they all border? Wait, what the fuck does this all border? Wait, what? Tyrolean? How the fuck do you know that? Okay, it's northeast of Switzerland. Is it Austria? But Austria doesn't... Does it barely try? Maybe it is Austria. Maybe it is. Hold on. I might like cheese. Fuck yeah, brother. Hey, I'm down for it. Oh, Italy? Oh, I guess because it's either. It's either one. So, okay. Okay. No, that makes sense. My bad. Crab meat, mayonnaise. Crab meat. This looks plain as fuck, my dog. It sounds like it may be pungent as goat cheese. Yeah, maybe. Am I face tracking? Oh no, I think it's the lighting. There you go. I don't know, United States. It comes from both Austria and Italy, either or no one really knows. That's fair. They're pretty close to each other. Say it's got to be one of the Uniteds. Is it good? Have you had that kind of cheese before? It's Chinese, isn't it? Is it Chinese? China? Cool. Fuck. That's a Canadian. Oh, they threw me off, bro. Because it's. Oh. Wait, no, it's gotta be Asian. But Canadian quarter, bruh. You know, damn. Okay, it's south of China. What's south of China? Asia. Got it. Indonesia, maybe? Borders Indonesia. What the fuck borders Indonesia? What? Okay, where does Indonesia start and where does Indonesia end? Is it the Philippines? I would say it's the Philippines, huh? Philippines. Fuck. It's... Oh, it's northwest. Malaysia, maybe, then. There you go. I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it. I will do plate off. A prawn roll or whatever the fuck this is. This actually looks really good. I'm gonna do this one. It looks like it had bacon in it. Cactus fries? It's a rennet-free cow's milk acidic curd cheese that grows gray mold, hence its name, and super low in fat. I find it interesting that it's very low in fat. I'm very curious of what it would taste like. I feel like this one. Okay. I've never had... Okay, I have to click this one. This is cold noodle. This was actually really good and really refreshing if you ever... curious. Oh, that looks really good. This drink looks good. It looks refreshing. This one has potatoes. Alright, we gotta do this one. I love bugak. Bugak? I like that a lot. Chaku, bruh. Beef Wellington. Chaku still look like poop. Damn, they got a lot of Korean stuff. And I'm gonna get it wrong because I'm gonna pick the Korean one because fucking have to. Okay, but this one had more green in it. This one a potato. Ooh. Dude, Vegemite, get the fuck out of here. Nobody likes you, bruh. SMH, SMH. Okay. I hope you guys enjoyed that little bit of food guesser that we did. We're gonna go raid somebody now. Oh, Jules playing Yap Yap. Who else is streaming? That son's playing a little bit of Peak with her, a little bit sick. Pasia is playing Crisol, Theater of Idols. Speaking of that one time my friend did a shoot. Ew! That must have been gross as fuck. Did they like it? Or did they think it was gross? I don't want to raid. I don't know where I want to raid. Who do I want to raid? No, the hate. Oh no! They threw up. Oh goodness. I hope it wasn't PTSD for them. That is very unfortunate. I am sorry for your friend. I bless the gods that it didn't happen to you though. I'll go raid you. I'll go raid you. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells. Fuck yeah. Okay. All right. I will send you to Juwu. Thank you for hanging out with me today. As a reminder, I love you guys very much. And it must not have been too bad after they had another. What do you mean? Oh god, that's disgusting. That's so gross. That's a good sub goal thing. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Remember that I love you, and if you ever need someone to talk to, please know that I'm online. I'm here. I love you guys. I hope you guys have fun with Ju and probably the high spirit energy of playing Yap Yap. Dono goal, yes. Yeah, like a dono goal. I'll also have, someday I'll do a donathon that's like trying, I'll call it a foodathon. And every goal will be a different food thing. I think that'd be pretty cool. But for now, I'm gonna go eat dinner, and I'm gonna go rest. And I will be back tomorrow. You can count on me for that. And I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, and have fun with you, okay? Thank you, Kiwi, for putting the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate if you did. Because then, I know where it came from. Give Pixel smooch for us? I will. And here, a smooch for you all. Mwah! Have fun. Have a great night. I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow.